Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx webinar who can be seen and heard are Larry Clay and Aaron Cheng. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some submissions will be presented in person and others by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. You can also watch our meeting live on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who want to participate virtually registered in advance and will be connecting to the hearing using a phone or compatible electronic device and are able to participate via video or audio. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, participants will be unmuted one person at a time by the moderator. Please mute your devices until called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is called, and during this time your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will assist us by sharing presentation material received within the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Those attending in person who wish to receive a copy of the committee's decision on an application must fill out the decision request card, and anyone attending virtually must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. When a presentation is not required, panel members may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes to confirm or to be adopted?
Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. Yes, There are minutes for adoption. We have August 30th, September 6th, September 13th, September 20th of
Okay.
this year.
So panel members, we have 3 sets of minutes to adopt for
Four sets.
4, I'm sorry, I can't read my own writing here. 4, August 30th, September 6th, September 13th, and September 20th.
Yes.
Can I have a motion, please?
One for all 4?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll move adoption.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, so the motion to adopt the minutes is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Are there any files to be closed, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. There are 3 files to be closed. It's not on our list. We just got the requests later last week. So we have B0030/20 TEY. Municipal address is 2308 Queen Street East. The second foreclosure is a 1110/20 TEY, and municipal address is 221 Roxton Road. And the third file is a 0530/23 TEY, and the municipal address is 105 Gledhill Avenue.
Okay, panel members, we have 3 files that need to be closed. Can I have a motion? So that's 2301 Queen Street East, 221 Roxton Road, and 105 Gledhill Avenue. Mr. Clay or Mr. Chang moves the motion to close those files, and Mr. Clay, you second. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Are there any deferrals this morning that you're aware of?
Through you, Madam Chair, we just got a late request to defer item number 7, file number A0705/23 TEY. Municipal address is 789 Adelaide St West.
Okay, I don't see any opposition speakers listed here, so do we have the agent for item number 7?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we do.
Okay, can I have him on the line, please?
Panel members. My name is Jacek Kopacki. I am the agent for 789 Adelaide St West.
Good morning. Can you please tell us why you need a deferral?
We have received a recommendation from the city planning late yesterday. And in there, the city planning, they're actually recommending to defer this application. We're working with them. We had a chance to talk with them about last week. I had a chance to talk to them last week, but then there was no communication in between us. So they recommend that we kind of come back and do a little redesign with the back of the building with the rear stairs on this. And we're going to try to do this and see if it's doable, but there was just not enough time from the time when we started talk. And actually I got the recommendation yesterday. I wasn't sure. So that's why we're asking for deferral. We're going to work on trying to reduce that variance to be less.
Okay, I did see that report. So panel members, let's take it into committee on the deferral. I'll need a motion.
Sure. I'm happy to move deferral. I did notice the planning report as well, so it's good to take the time to get those things resolved. So I'll move deferral.
Okay, are you seconding Mr. Chang? So that motion to defer is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Are there any other items to defer? Just the one? Okay. All right, so let's go then to item number 1. Sorry, just give me a second. Okay, 1514 Dundas Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a previous decision affecting this property, supporting materials from the agent. Transportation has no concerns, and engineering has conditions. We have correspondence in support from the 1512 Salon. And I am not showing any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes. Hi, I'm the applicant.
Hi, good morning. I need your name for the record, please.
Alan Brecken McFarland.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions?
Chair, I don't think I have any problems with the application, but it's kind of complicated. I wouldn't mind a little 1 minute
Okay,
summary of what the proposal is.
okay,
I
sir.
also would like to understand, I looked yesterday and construction services didn't have anything in, so I don't know what conditions you're talking about. Are these from 2021?
Maybe staff can put the engineering report up. I think it's the June 9th.
Yeah, this is April 2021. If you actually look at,
June 9th, 21.
No, it's June, there's another one, June 9th, 2021.
okay, but if you actually read those, none of that has to do with zoning. And for instance, they talk about needing sprinklers and having 4 stories. It's a 16-meter height limit. 4 stories are expected. And it goes on and on. They wanted to have no hearing and scheduled. So I needed to talk with somebody, Cedric Barrera. I said, Cedric, what's the matter? He called me, he said, nothing's the matter. And he just pushed that report aside. In other words, he disagreed with the contents of that memorandum. I actually tried to answer all of those things in 2020, and they just ignored me. And I have 3 emails to Anna Maria at ECS explaining my position, and it's very straightforward. The biggest concern it seems that they had was garbage route travel and recycling bag travel from the lane out to the street. So that's why I presented a map this time, which shows that the laneway there has sidewalks and street lighting. So you just cross the laneway to the sidewalk, walk along the sidewalk, cross at 1544 Dundas. There's a sidewalk along the side of that building out to Dundas Street. So there's no requirement to go in the laneway with your bags. And funnily enough, at 1518, which is 2 doors west of me, a 3-story detached residence received a building permit, and it's a detached rear laneway residence similar to this. And at 1512, a rear apartment was allowed, and ECS had no comment on that.
Sure. So help us out here a little bit. You had an approval in 2015 for something
Correct.
that looks similar. The
Very
correspondence
similar.
we have in front of us is June 2021, and now you're before us in October 23. So can you help us understand the sequence of this application?
Okay. Yes, it's complicated, but basically, I went in 2015, and if you can read a very supportive planning letter that says I started coordinating with them in 2013, and they agreed with all of my concerns, my position on the laneway being more like a street than a lane, etc. There are other houses right across the lane on the T lane. There were 2 semi-detached. They're still there now, but not occupied. A hydrant, street lighting, sidewalks, etc. So although I got approved, the condition that I have ECS acceptance, like satisfaction, ECS tried their best to basically re-examine the file. They said that I would need special Toronto Building Department even to review file drawings for a laneway residence in that location, even though I'd already gone through Committee of Adjustment. I was hoping I didn't have to argue this, because it's kind of like the 19th century, if you read their concerns. And it's very frustrating in the 21st century to have to read this stuff. And that's why I said all their concerns are really just made up.
No, fair enough. But again, I'm interested in the time delay. Is the
Okay,
time
so-
that's gone from
okay,
2015 till now a function of your
Yeah.
inability to secure proper approvals from ECS?
ECS can make whatever, they can decide whatever they want essentially, because they're the top of the pyramid. So
Can I just
essentially,
interrupt
yeah.
for a second, sir? I think the question is, in the last number of years that this has been out there, we have before us a report from 2021. Is there anything that has come back from ECS? The question is,
No.
are you having problems securing what they want? Or doing
No,
what they want?
Could I speak now? Sorry.
Uh-huh.
They have not issued a report based on this current submission, which means, in my view, that they don't have any problems with the current submission. They haven't issued anything since 2021.
Have
Now,
you
the reason-
satisfied the conditions they wanted?
As far as I know, I have. Most of every condition was already satisfied except one. In other words, sprinklering. That is a building permit, not a zoning condition. Every single building over 3 stories needs to be sprinklered. Another thing was like listing that the occupants of the apartments would need to be registered for the bag program. I mean, every apartment, every residential over commercial activity is in the same position. It was just a laundry list of stuff to try to re-examine the event. In fact, I actually had a building permit issued, and it's recorded in one of these 2 issues for the building code issues on the original proposal. And then the ECS still felt that they could argue against having the project even reviewed at buildings department. You have to understand that laneway things seem simple now, but 2015 was 3.5 years before they even allowed laneway suites in Toronto. So the situation was very different, and they had their back.
All right.
Yes.
Are there any other questions, panel members?
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Ting.
Hi, Alan. I just want to let you know that usually when ECS talk about sprinkler at this stage,
I can't hear you, sorry.
that's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, good morning. So I just want to explain to you that perhaps I didn't explain that to you, but based on my experience, if you read the report back in 2021, the reason why they brought up the sprinkler system is because they want to make sure that you have located the connection for the fire department. And that connection will have to be identified on the plan, which needs certain clearance around it. And this is why it is a zoning issue, because if that fire connection is protruding out to the property line, or it is inside a property line, but with some sort of setback requirement, that might trigger some issues. This is why it is in the zoning. So he wasn't asking you to put the sprinkler system in the zoning application. That technician is basically trying to tell you that this connection has implication to the surroundings of your building.
Yeah.
So do you mind telling us if you have located this connection, please?
I have the room for the location of a standpipe at the front. My glass line is basically set back 8 inches. And I mean, if the requirement were to move the glass line back 2 inches or more, I would move it back another couple of inches. It's
Okay, great. I'm glad you resolved that. Thank you.
so
Any other
I
questions?
don't have any more questions.
You do or
Thank
you
you.
don't?
I just wanted to ask about the rooftop terrace. So this is a so it's a 4-story, and then there's a rooftop terrace on top of that?
At the rear or the front?
I'm more
Oh,
interested in the
actually.
rear.
Yeah. It's either a rooftop terrace or a garden, one or the other, or both.
Okay, so committee typically likes to have those kind of rooftop terraces screened for privacy and overlook considerations. And I appreciate you're on a major thoroughfare, but there are residences in behind you. So we may have a requirement as a condition for privacy screening on the rooftop terrace.
I would just make one comment on that, if I may. The mid-rise at 1494 Dundas has a level 5 west-facing outdoor amenity area, which is not screened and looks over all of us.
I appreciate that, but we look at every application on its own merits, so thank you for that.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Any comments?
I'm, Chair, still a little unclear about the ECS relationship, so I'm inclined, and appreciate your advice, I'm inclined to have a condition that somehow this approval is contingent on satisfying any outstanding requirements of ECS.
I would actually agree. I mean, it sounds like the applicant has resolved everything, and if there's a few
Should be.
minor things, they should be able to resolve that
Yeah.
also.
Okay. So I think, given that where this is located, it's on a major arterial route. It's the kind of area where I think we should be encouraging increasing density intensification. So it's adding some residential accommodation on this area while retaining some commercial activity. I think it's an appropriate use for this site. I'd like to move approval of this application subject to satisfying any outstanding requirements from ECS, and that the rooftop terrace be include privacy screening.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve the application with the 2 conditions outlined by Mr. Clay, moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Chang seconds. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 2, 291 Coxwell Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report from Forest Hill Forestry, Inc. We have 2 urban forestry permits before us that were issued, or they were received on July 12th. And I don't have any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Hi, my name's Enrique Valencia. I'm the agent for 291 Coxwell.
Hi, good morning. Panel members, we have 3 variances before us. Do you need a presentation? No presentation required. Any questions? Okay, sir, we don't have any questions. We've read all the materials. Is there anything you want to add before we take it into committee for a decision?
Unless the committee wants to hear it, I have a speech prepared. It's outlining the reasons for the outdoor patio.
No,
I think it's more of a technicality than anything else.
No, we don't need a whole speech. We've read the material, but if there's something you
Okay.
feel that's missing in there and you want to, let us know or highlight anything, feel free.
I wouldn't mind reading it. It doesn't hurt.
Okay.
And just so that the owner can voice his opinion as well. And that's it through me.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted him to speak also. All right, go ahead. So
Sorry.
we're starting the clock now then.
Okay, awesome. So again, my name is Enrique Valencia, Valencia Enterprises, Inc. I'm the agent for the property owner. The intention of the application is for the approval of the accessory use of the outdoor patio to the interior use of the art gallery. For context, like the material already states, we already have a building permit for the interior use. During the course of construction, the owner's vision for the rear yards came alive, and the request for a revision was brought up to the city's building department. In regards to the variances, especially the outdoor patio use in combination with the art gallery, we're here on the recommendation from zoning to tackle the variance as it's more of a technicality than a major variance. The outdoor patio is intended to be used as an accessory use and not a primary use. It's only going to be limited to the summer months and used more for a showcase of art and social art gatherings than a full-time outdoor retail patio. The owner's intention is to inject a sophisticated and vibrant use to Coxwell Avenue. With variance 2, the main reason why we're requesting this size is basically due for 2 reasons. One, we want to cleanly cut it off to the adjacent building, which is a Dollarama. And secondly, the tree protection zone of the existing tree at the back does take a little bit away from the floor space. So we're trying to make up for that space not being used anymore. Not only that, but the owner's decision not to remove the tree, he wanted to add a natural element to the showcase area at the back. And with variance number 3, I just want to make it clear so that the neighborhood and any residential tenants, they basically can rest assured that they won't be affected by the activities going on here. The intended area won't affect them in a negative way. If anything, it brings community to the neighborhood, as not only does the outdoor patio have 3 additional buffers, which is not shown here, but if you look at it on Google Maps or if you're on the property itself, we have the buffer of the driveway behind the outdoor patio, then an additional public lane, which is about 6 meters, and then there's a whole no-frills parking lot as well, which is, you see it there as the number 130. All this is parking space, and the nearest residential zone was probably just north of that, 152, adjacent to the laneway, the Eastwood laneway north. We did do our due diligence in alerting the adjacent neighbors as well. Cliff, the owner of Classic Juice, was actually excited about the idea of bringing this use to the neighborhood. He gave us the verbal approval, but was not able to send off the letter of approval in time. And the other neighbor, which is the Dollarama, we did try to speak with the manager or owner. However, they just didn't seem interested in the application. So we hope the committee feels that we've done our due diligence with not only the neighbors, but also community planning did have their questions, having no real objections. And also as well, zoning giving us the recommendation to just get this sorted out in committee and then come back and we can finish off the building permits. So the owners of 291 Coxwell do have the best intentions for the neighborhood, and I hope the committee will find these variances minor in nature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, panel members. Any questions? Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I would agree with the applicant. This is a very minor application. It's a use which is supportive of the existing art gallery. I think it makes sense, and it's a minor application. So I would move approval with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Chang's motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 3, 1001 Queen Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, an arborist report prepared by WSP. We have a parking assessment report prepared by Thomas Woodall, a presentation materials from Thomas Woodall, a previous decision from the OMB that affects this property. We have email correspondence from Metrolinx, and it's an advisory report dated September 27th. Forestry is asking for condition number 2, and transportation is also asking for a condition. I'm not showing any opposition speakers, and sorry, I'm got the screen here. Can't get them to move further, but good morning.
Good morning. It's Cynthia McDougall here on behalf of the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. In the background here is Thomas Woodall from BA Consulting and Douglas Weaver, the project director. It's obviously a very important variance because we're moving forward to build the new buildings, and I'm obviously out of date because I brought you graphics to hand to you, but I'm no longer allowed to do that. So I will give you a presentation. On the other hand, you may have enough in the materials and not need any further remarks to say this is just a variance during construction. There still will be parking. It's been carefully thought out. It's supported by staff, and I want to ensure that whatever conditions are in place, that I'm aware of them, because the condition with respect to assigning the small parking spaces is fine, and I don't think there's anything else. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you with respect to conditions.
There's forestry number 2.
Forestry number 2, which...
And then there's the transportation report, I believe.
But the condition, the only
Yeah.
condition that seems to be in there...
It's on the screen there. I don't know. Can you guys blow it up a little bit?
Yes, that's
Is that
fine.
the one?
Yes.
Okay. So those are the only two. The Metrolinx was an advisory report only.
That's great. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, and I think we did get your presentation in a small format.
Okay.
Because the picture looked the same. All right, panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. It's very straightforward. I have a couple questions. One, this isn't the first time that CAMH has come forward with a bunch of variances with respect to the overall site plan.
Yes.
I'm just curious, what the, are we going to see more, or is this just a unique kind of aspect of the, as the site plan approvals evolve over time?
I think it's as the site plan approvals evolve over time. I've been working for CAMH for about 20-odd years. And to date myself, Frank Lundberg was involved in the original master plan vision, as well as George Dark and USI. So what happened is there was an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw at the time, as well as a subdivision agreement. And then CAMH is going to build its buildings over time. A lot of it relates to funding,
right,
as you could imagine. And so it is a phased approach, and there's I find the letters, even though I sign them and draft them, hard to follow because it's phase 1D, buildings, block, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But if you've had occasion to go down there, you can see the transformation of the lands that's happening on an incremental basis.
Sure.
So you are going to see for each project adjustments as we go. And part of it is also in terms of parking, in terms of what phase you're going to build when. We weren't perfectly sure when we were going to get financing and funding because we're beholden to the provincial government, as you can understand.
Well, my sympathies on that regard. The second question is mostly is the parking structure. So is it a combination of employees and visitors, or is it leaning towards one side or the other, or I'm just not sure what the purpose is.
Through you, Chair, if allowed, Thomas Woodall with BA Group, so we're the transportation consultants that deal with the parking files. The parking garage as it stands right now is currently being used primarily by staff.
By staff, okay.
Guests and visitors use a lot of the surface parking through here.
Okay.
And so the idea here to expand the parking garages to accommodate additional staff that'll come online with the new buildings, and then also ensure that the surface parking and some of the additional parking that's being provided elsewhere on the site is available to guests and visitors.
So typically institutions use visitor parking as a bit of a revenue tool. So I presume that is the case elsewhere in terms of surface parking.
To certain limits. So the provincial government, again, in recent years has put caps on the rates that can be charged for visitor parking. So for example, if you're a frequent visitor to CAMH, you can get a discounted monthly or weekly parking pass. That's a requirement of the Ministry of Health.
Right.
And so the parking provided on campus is provided by a third party through CAMH, and they offer discounts and agreements for visitors and things like that, as well as for staff, depending on who's using what.
And so this particular structure is principally for employees, and I presume as CAMH is expanding and developing, you're actually hiring more people and more people are working.
To some degree, a lot of it is actually displacement of existing surface parking. So the sites that are being developed as part of this phase are mostly surface parking right now. There's a part of a building that's coming down and being replaced, but the balance of that particular block is surface parking. So a lot of it is actually moving that surface parking into structure above or below, like in the above grade structure below a building, and sort of replacing it elsewhere on the site.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're ready to make a decision on this. Is there anything else that you want to add that's, sorry, not in the materials before us?
No,
Okay.
thank
thanks.
you, though.
Okay. Panel members, we're in committee. On Mr. Chang.
Yeah, Larry, I just want to let you know that those size they are requesting are actually very typical size. Perhaps because of the parking structures having columns or walls, that's why they need to that's why the bylaw suddenly would ask for a widening size. So from my experience, these numbers are very reasonable.
Okay, is that a motion? Or was that a comment to a motion, or?
It's a comment, just want to, because we are remotely, I just want to make sure we have some discussion before we make the discussion. Larry I'm not sure if he.
Well, no,
put the screen
my
on,
only
I'm not sure
observation was, I
if
think
he's
this is the
convinced.
third time I've seen a CAMH application before. So I just kind of wanted to get a bigger context for what is going on. That's all. But I'm happy to move a motion, Chair, because I think this is an important project and part of an overall concept plan, which I think makes a great deal of sense. So I'm happy to move approval of this application, subject to forestry condition number 2 and transportation condition.
Okay, so the motion is moved by Mr. Clay with the 2 conditions. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Chang, all in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Nice to see you all.
Yeah. All right, item number 4, 169 PARKMOUNT Road. We have a...
Sorry, can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't hear you guys suddenly.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Aaron, can you hear us?
He's frozen, is it? No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
But I cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It just suddenly stopped.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes?
It works now, thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, item number 4, 169 PARKMOUNT Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the property, a revised site plans, as well as a revised zoning notice. That came in the supplemental report. Yesterday, we have forestry asking for condition number 1. A letter from the local councillor, also in the supplemental report, expressing concern. Concern expressed from 146 PARKMOUNT Road, correspondence in opposition from 1061, 1057, 1035 Craven Road, and a 32 signature petition in opposition signed by residents on Craven Road. And let's see here. I'm showing a number of people registered to speak. I'm showing 6 speakers. Is anybody here in person for 169 PARKMOUNT Road? Okay. And do you have any online also?
Yes, we do.
How many of you got online?
4.
4? Okay. And sorry, are you both speaking? Yes. Okay, so it looks like we have everybody then. All right, do you have the agent for this address?
Yes, my name is Mrigesh Roy, and I'm the agent for this project.
Good morning. Are you the only one speaking? I have another agent listed here, Krupali Ahir.
No, I'm the only one speaking today.
Okay, so I have 2 objection speakers here. I have 4 more speakers that are going to join us online. So I need you to do a presentation, please, no more than 5 minutes, and the clock starts when you start speaking. And before you start, is there anything you need the staff to put up on the screen?
Just for right now, we can go over the comments, and then I have some follow-up, responses to the concerns, because we went through the concerns with the owners and we prepared a kind of response. So right now, we can just go over the comments first, and then once the other people get to speak, we can go over
Okay.
our responses at the end.
Yeah, well, after the speakers have spoken, you'll have 5 minutes to rebut. What I'm asking you, is there anything
Right.
you want put on the screen, anything at all? Okay.
Not right now.
Okay,
Yeah, the
so-
plans are fine.
Yeah, great. So the clock starts now. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. So my name is Mrigesh Roy. I'm with LEC Inc. And I'm talking on behalf of the owners of 169 PARKMOUNT Road. This is a very unique project where the current owners are living in this place since last 10 years, and there are 3 generations of family living over here. So the owners wanted to expand and also renovate the existing house. So that's why this application of building a garden suite on the backside of this property. Now, the reason I say this is a unique, because this property has roads on 3 sides on the backside. So there is an existing garage which we are trying to maintain and renovate, and then add in a garden suite onto the backside of there where there's a carport. So that's why there are some of the variances connected to that. So I'll go over the variances one by one, just trying to explain what we're trying to do. So the first variance is related to that existing garage. So we're trying to maintain that existing garage which has no setback. So we try to maintain that existing garage, renovate it, and add in a garden suite on the back. The second one is 6-meter variance or 6-meter setback required, but this lot itself is 6.63 meters. So in order to fit in a garage suite, we were requesting this variance. The third variance is requesting a 0.31 meter of setback from the southern side, which is a neighboring property. Right now, there is no setback of the existing garage and the carport, so we are in fact adding a little bit setback, and we are pushing the garage more away from the property. For the variance 4 and 5, that relates to the 45-degree angle, because this property has a unique characteristics where it's neither a laneway nor a garden suite, which has other properties. It's a road. So that's where, we kind of had a mixed approach of building it like a laneway, and because it's not a laneway, and we followed, there are other examples on the same road, which is 1164 to 1170 Craven Road. It's a 3-story townhome development in this neighborhood, and we're following that. This particular development is not as big as that development, but we are just building it like a street faced and maintaining a character, maintaining what this street offers. For variants 6 and 7, we are requesting a slightly more ground coverage because of the existing parking garage. So if we are just calculating the ground coverage for the garden suites, it's at 20%. But when we try to include the garage, it bumps up to the 27%, which is there in the application. Okay, that's all I have to speak.
Okay, before I go to the opposition, we got a late revised zoning notice. Are you making changes to the actual notice that went out? Because I'm showing 9 variances there, and I think there's only 8 in the zoning notice, and I think I heard you mention 0.31 on variance number 3. So I need you to go to the actual notice that was mailed out and tell me if there's any changes.
Yes, there were. So we had revised, and there are 7 notices now.
Okay, just hold on. I don't know what you mean by notices. So I need you to just
7,
go through variances, you mean. Okay, so tell me
yes,
which
7
one, starting at the beginning, which one is variance number 1 the same?
Yes, variance number 1 is the same. Variance number 2 is also the same.
Okay?
Variance number 3 is also the same.
So variance number 3 is
da-da-da.
0.29 meters, because I thought I heard you say 0.31, but maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, sorry. Variance number 3 is 0.31.
Okay, so you're changing variance number 3 to 0.31.
Correct.
Okay, and what about number 4?
So number 4, no, I don't think.
That's the
Give me a sec, I'm
angular
just
plane,
reading.
that's still the same?
Yes, that is the rare. Yes, that is still there.
Okay, number 5?
I can't see number 5 on your screen.
That's the window box projections or the
So
vertical.
that is no longer there. So that has
So
been removed.
variance number 5 has been deleted?
Yes.
Okay, and variance number 6 is the 45-degree angular plane again.
Yes, that is still there.
Number 7 is, again, the 45-degree plane. Is that still there?
No, that is not there.
Variance number 7 is deleted.
Yes.
Okay, just bear with me. Okay, variance number 8. That's the coverage.
Yes, that is still there, but it has been revised to 27% now.
Okay, 1 second here. So variance number 8 is going to be 27%?
Yes.
And what's the square meters?
The square meters is 64.07.
Okay, and what about variance number 9?
So variance number 9 is still there, yes, but the numbers have been revised. So it is 45%, and the square meters is 64.07.
64.07 meters squared. Okay.
Yes.
That's clarification.
Yeah.
So are your coverage numbers reduced because you removed the dormer?
Give me a sec. Let me confirm that with the architect.
And you haven't changed the footprint of the foundation?
No, so we have reduced the building size, and that's why the coverage has changed.
No, I understand that. But what do you attribute that reduction in size to? Is it changing the foundation footprint, or is it changing the dormer or the configuration of the second story?
The foundation footprint. The
Oh,
whole
so you've
building is
reduced it. Okay,
as well.
thank you.
Yes.
Have you had any conversations with the neighbors about these changes?
Yes, the owners did have a conversation about this with them.
So they've seen these revised plans?
No, I don't think so.
Staff, have we received any revised plans? Like, yeah? Okay. They're in the supplemental, I guess. Well, okay. All right, so I'm just going to go through this again. So variance number 3 has been revised to 0.31 meters. Variance number 5 has been deleted. Variance number 7 has been deleted. Variance number 8 reads 27%, which equals 64.07 meters square, and variance 9 is 45%, equaling 64.07 meters square. Is that correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
All right, okay, let's go to the opposition then. I think we'll start with the people that are here. So I don't know which one of you wants to go first, but just if you can come up to the front. And please start by telling us your name and your address, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Kim Hull. I live at 1061 Craven Road, across the road from the proposed garden suite at 169 PARKMOUNT Road. I will also say that these revisions are a complete surprise to us. We haven't heard anything about this. So my comments address the documentation that we've received previously. I'm going to address the objections I have with regard to proposed variances in terms of A, whether the variances are minor, and B, do they maintain the general intent of the official plan with regard to sewage, wastewater, and hydro infrastructure. I believe these 9 variances are not minor, they are major. Variance 1 asks for a 0 setback from Craven Road, but this is dangerous for traffic, creating a blind corner. Variance 2 requests that the 6-meter setback on the north lot line becomes 38 centimeters instead. This is a major variance. The entire yard is only just over 6 meters wide, which calls into question whether or not anything should be built on this lot according to the bylaws, let alone something this size. Variance 3 requesting that a setback of 1.5 meters from the south side lot line becomes 29 centimeters. Together with variance 2, this will result in a larger width of structure than would otherwise be allowed, with much less yard space. Number 4, the gentleman was referring to the 45-degree variance for the plane, the 45-degree plane, and refers to houses at the top of the street, which are 3 stories. They have setbacks. He's actually asking for no setback for this variance, so it would be a sheer wall for variance 4. Variances 2 and 3 together would result in a structure which would extend almost the entire width of the yard. Variance 8 requests a change from the 20% of the lot coverage to 31%. That's the information that we have. This has apparently been changed. Variance 9 requests a change from the 40% of the backyard area coverage to 51% of the yard. Added together, these variances will result in a structure that is considerably larger than intended by the City of Toronto guidelines for a garden suite. A building of this size is not intended for a lot this size. This will have a great impact on Craven Road, which is made up primarily of small bungalows and narrow row houses on a very narrow street. This building will be both wide and tall. These are major variances. This will be a house, not a garden suite. The proposal is for 3 bathrooms and 5 bedrooms. Allowing these variances may also create precedents for similar overbearing structures along a very narrow street, creating a dark and unwelcoming neighborhood. These variances violate the general intent and purpose of the official plan. I'm referring to Chapter 2.2, Service Foundations for Growth, Policy Number 9A and B. Policy 9 states, the city's water, wastewater, and stormwater management infrastructure will be maintained and developed to support the city building objectives of this plan by A, providing adequate facilities to support new development and maintaining the infrastructure in a state of good repair, and B, supporting, encouraging, and implementing measures and activities which reduce groundwater discharge to municipal sewers, wastewater, and stormwater flows and improve water quality in accordance with best practice management practices developed by the city for this purpose. Residents are already experiencing ongoing serious problems with backwash during storms. Since the infrastructure is already inadequate, new development will put added pressure on wastewater and stormwater infrastructure. I myself have had a city employee from the water department tell me that this was the cause of damp rising up through my basement floor. I may have to install a sump pump. And with 3 bathrooms planned for this structure, this will increase the load and has the potential to further damage my and other basements and potentially even to undermine the foundations. Before any, the existing hydro lines run along the edge of Craven Road, and a 2-story building with a 0 clearance would impinge on these wires. Before any new development occurs, it needs to be determined whether or not the infrastructure can support this. I'm not against new builds, but the zoning bylaws and official plan should be adhered to. They are there for a reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Okay, your turn.
Good morning. My name is Linda Califatevis. I live and teach high school in this community. I'm the resident and owner of 1057 Craven Road, the house directly opposite and facing the back of 169 PARKMOUNT Road. I am in opposition to the proposal. The proposal would be highly detrimental to myself and my 2 children, as well as my neighbors and our community. My next-door neighbors and I live in a small, century-old row house. Living on such a small footprint can be challenging, but privacy, sunlight, leafy views, and a close-knit community make it a joy. The proposal is not appropriate development or use of the land and/or building. We are aware that Toronto is experiencing a housing crisis, but laws still need to be adhered to. This is not a garden suite. It's a full-sized 5-bedroom second house on a small lot, which already has a full-sized house. This lot does not back onto another backyard. In fact, its proposed rear would face our house on Craven Road, across a very narrow residential street. These variances violate the general intent and purpose of the official plan. Variance requests 4, 6, and 7, exceptions to the bylaw regarding the penetration of the 45-degree planes, rear and side walls, Chapter 150.7.60.30 2A 1-3, Bylaw 569, 2013. The request for these major variances state that they will penetrate the angular planes. They will violate the official plan by blocking vital sunlight and sky views from 3 houses. In fact, the elevations illustrate a 2-story vertical wall with windows and 0 setback. This plan would completely block our entire view with a massive wall right in front of our house. It will completely violate our privacy. Windows will be looking directly into our living room and bedrooms across a very narrow road. No other houses on the street have their entire sightline and their privacy invaded in this way. My children and I would be the most directly affected, yes, but 3 Craven Road families will lose their sunlight and their sky views and their privacy with this proposal. And so, the variances requested violate the official plan. The proposed building does not demonstrate respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood because it will not have regard for matters such as ensuring compatible height, massing, and scale, sunlight, and sky views. That's from the official plan 3.2.1, Housing Policies number 10. The 9 major variances proposed for 169 PARKMOUNT Road violate the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and/or bylaw. The development will have a negative impact on the residents of Mountjoy Avenue, the residents of Craven Road, and the residents of our neighborhood by setting a precedent for developments which will have social, economic, and safety impacts on our community, including compromising the physical stability of our houses. The physical structures and infrastructure of Craven Road cannot support development of large ancillary buildings. Craven Road is largely made up of older homes like mine and 1055 Craven Road and 1053 Craven Road, which cannot sustain excavation or heavy construction within a few feet of their century-old brick foundations. Our foundations are in danger of irreparable harm due to the size of this huge project and the length of time it will take to complete. The bin truck that passed in front of our home moments before 1073 collapsed shook our row house like an earthquake. The results of development of 1073 Craven Road have profoundly affected our entire community and left the young newlywed homeowners of 1071 without a home. In conclusion, projects need to follow the bylaws so as not to infringe on the well-being and comfort we, as taxpayers, have invested in with money and time. This proposal, with its 9 major variances, would directly compromise my family and my neighbors' families' health, privacy, property values, and potentially our safety. Please note that 32 Craven Road residents have signed that they share all the above concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Mr. Clay?
Sorry, I didn't catch, you said a house collapsed?
5 doors up from me, the house collapsed 2 months ago, Kim? About two months ago. A major renovation was done. A second story was put on a small brick semi, on half of a small brick semi, a tiny old house, and then the basement was dug out, and then it collapsed.
But so that, I mean, you raised that in part because of the impact on the community. has nothing really to do with this application?
It certainly does.
Okay.
It relates to this application because our neighborhood physically cannot sustain major development. The houses are old, our foundations are old. The project that happened 5 doors out was very ambitious. It was being done on a very small, very old brick semi. And it collapsed into the neighboring house and also left the remaining half of the semi unlivable, unsafe. And so the young couple who own that house are not able to live there still.
So your concern is that that would happen to this house as well?
We are certainly concerned about the foundations of the old houses on our street being damaged by overdevelopment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. If we could go to, do you have Deidre on the line? Great.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. If you could just identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Deidre Wandell. I'm a resident of 1037 Craven Road. All of my concerns were addressed by the former 2 speakers, my neighbors Kim and Linda. However, it is worth noting in their information provided, they spoke about how narrow our road is. I'd just like to emphasize it is only, I think, at maximum 4.5 meters wide. It is an extremely narrow road. So the proposal for a garden suite seems to be outlined in a way as if it were built on a lane, but it is actually built on a full road that has a very, very, very narrow footprint and does not allow for a lot of wiggle room between the street-facing houses and the backyards of PARKMOUNT Road.
Okay.
I don't believe I have any other comments to share other than that. I think my neighbors have covered everything.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis?
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, I cannot reach Mr. Davis.
Okay, do you have the next?
Catherine has been unmuted.
Okay, great. Hi. Catherine, are you there? Catherine Vaneri Warzicki?
Hey, Catherine, you have been unmuted, and you can also turn on your video.
Catherine? Okay, can we maybe go to the next one, and if you can try to reach Catherine in the meantime?
Hello, Claudia, you have been unmuted.
Hi there, my name is Claudia Ennis-Henslin. I'm a registered nurse. I live on 1035 Craven Road, and I apologize for some of my late submissions. The most recent of one wasn't accepted, although the applicant's was accepted yesterday. And should the committee have a time to look at my latest submission, I think it would substantiate some of what I'm about to say. In an attempt to actually create some community and communication with the applicant, and you got to talk to people, you got to find out what are their needs, why are they doing this, because we want to get along. So I went into a conversation with an elderly gentleman who indicated he was the owner of the building and that he had actually wanted to demolish his main house and build a large house there. That was his true intention. And he went into the home and brought me the plans and said, we're actually going to build much deeper into our yard, but we have a problem. And the problem is we don't know where to put our stuff and we don't know where to go. He also said, I've been flipping houses and I have this and this and this property. And I'm indicating this because I brought some humor into the conversation and I said, oh, do you want me to contact my Saudi friends? And so you can sell your $1.7 million property and then you have the cash free to do what you initially wanted to do. And we laughed. But then he went on to say that the garden suite was mainly being built so he could house his two sons and their grandkids. The gentleman indicated he was from Pakistani origin, and family and community is important, as it is with the Craven residents. And once that was built, his intention was to use his 2017 engineering plans that he showed me, and then demolish the main building and build a large house there. And then I said, well, so you're going to have your sons and your kids in this garden suite while you have a construction site? That's certainly not safe. And. So I just submitted that conversation. I wish I'd had more time to have continual conversations, because I have, more thoughts that I could share in a friendly manner. But I became very concerned that there's a bigger picture here at play. I then also, despite being on shift work, quickly went into the city's planning documents and was stunned by Chapter 4, the way that neighborhoods actually try to be preserved. Amendments that are not consistent with the general intent of a plan are discouraged, and the stability of our neighborhood's physical character is one of the keys to Toronto's success, and that the general physical character of Toronto's residential neighborhoods endure. So I actually went along our whole street and I took pictures of what we're looking into. The driveway and some garages. I happen to know that the house was sold in front of me, and the two to the left of me, the same plans are underway to build a 2-story garage with a suite on top. So a previous member had expressed the concern for setting precedent. So I think we have to deliberate very, very carefully. The 2-story, 15-foot, 10-inch garden suite that we examined right in front of Feltzet's Park, and I also submitted late last night a picture of that garden suite. It's an enormous monster, and this applicant is 18 feet 5 inches, bigger than the 16-foot 15-foot one on Felstead. So I'm really hoping you've guys done your site inspections, because site inspections in this case would make a major impact, not just tree people and road people, but you people come and walk on our little Craven Road that has a website and talks about its history. We are a very, very distinct road, homes on one side, looking into garages, looking into parking spots, looking into trees, and we are about to be told that we need to look into a 2-story home, possibly 2 more down the road. And I would like to respectfully ask that we remember who we are in Toronto, and that we look at the city's plan and the intent behind it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you, Claudia. Were you able to reach Catherine?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I just need you to state your name and address, and also, do you have anything running in the background, because you're echoing a little bit?
Well, I have my computer because hang on, see if I can just do it on the computer.
Yeah,
hang
great,
on.
Thanks.
Okay, let me just tell you briefly. I had no intention of speaking today. I did not send you a submission. So please don't waste any more time, other than I will say that everything that has been raised by all of the speakers are my concerns. I live at 1047 Craven Road, not directly opposite, but kind of almost sort of diagonally opposite. And I'm very concerned about everything, including the nature of our road. Okay, Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. All right, Mr. Roy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir, to address all of the issues that were raised, starting now.
Okay, I just wanted to point out, going back to those variances. So we looked back and compared to the new versus old. So the number 4 is no longer there, and number 7 is there. So it was this number 4 which was removed, and number 7 is still there.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, okay, just to be clear, so everything else that you said is correct. So number 5 is deleted, and now number 4 is deleted, not number 7.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And you're sure about this? Okay, great.
Yes, I am sure. I double checked with the new and the old one. Okay, so if you can open up that presentation or the submission I had. Okay, this one, perfect. Yeah. So I mean, there was few confusions about what we are trying to propose. So that's why we have this particular image where we're trying to show that there is an existing garage we try to maintain, and then adding a garden suite onto the back. Now, what plans you had originally were slightly different than what we have now. So the new revised one is 11.38 meters by 5.63 meters. That's the new dimension. It's no longer the wide one what you had before. And out of that 11.38, the garden suite is actually only 8.33 meters by 5.63. So garden suite is much smaller. The remaining portion is occupied by the garage. Okay, if you can go on to the next one, the next slide. Okay, so over here, all I'm trying to explain is the housing situation, which I believe everyone is kind of agreeing that what state we are in, what housing we need, and what's the whole proposal, and why we are trying to build more houses, and why we are so desperate, and we need all hands on deck. So it's not just one person trying to do these things. And that's why all these, coming together. If you go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so so these two particular ones are just examples of what developments we were seeing. So the 1164 to 1170 Craven Road is that townhouse what I was talking about, just putting some images of that. And then 160 Mountjoy is for that particular, which is like right opposite of the current project what you're talking about. They actually severed a lot and built another detached house onto it. So you can see that image on the next page. So if you go on to the next page, I've put in some Google screenshots of that. So that's the corner of the Mountjoy and the Craven Road where that 160 Mountjoy is as a separate detached house. And the last slide, if you go, what we try to do is we try to do some sun study. So we're trying to understand, how this particular project will affect the neighbors and this. So obviously, because this is an east facing, so the morning is not a problem. There's no issues of the light and the sun and anything. And when it comes onto the evening sides, the only time this particular property will give a shadow is at after 5 p.m. in July. So it's a peak summer. So even during most of your summer times, you don't see much of the shadow onto this. The second concerns which were raised about the foundation. So compared to the project which the lady she was talking about, the basement and collapsion. So this is a very different project. We are not proposing any basements. This will be a shallow foundation. So that's why we are not going to dig a lot more than what's required. There is not going to be heavy machinery on this project or anywhere near. So we are understanding what the need of this street is and of the road is, and that's why we are not doing any basements over here. In regards to of the blind spots, and there were a few concerns about that. So, there could be alternate solutions. We spoke with the owner, so there could be a carport instead of a garage if that necessarily helps in reducing the blind spots. The garage is existing right now, so we are trying to see what can be done on that. In terms of the 45-degree angle, if that is necessary, again, the owners are open to including that 45-degree angles, or even adding a little setback on the roadside if that's something which pleases the neighborhood. And then there were some concerns about the existing house. So the only thing I want to say is that the existing house is not being completely demolished; it's just being renovated. And this plans what was shown was before the garden suite was even allowed. So that's why the development will not now include completely demolition; it will just be renovated in its existing place.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the applicant? No? Okay, if there are no questions, then let's take it into committee.
Sorry, I
Sorry,
do have
Aaron.
one question.
Yeah, okay.
No worries, no worries.
Go ahead.
Hi, so I just want to ask you about the, now that you are moving back the garden suite with the offset, so it's no longer on the edge of the property line, which in this case there's no sidewalk behind. And so how about the space behind? What is your treatment? Is it going to be grass? Is it going to be paving? What is your plan?
That depends on what's the desire of the neighborhood. So if it needs to be like a walkway, we can do that. If it needs to be a softscape, we can obviously propose a lawn or something which meets the characteristics of the neighborhood.
Okay.
Right now, on that street, along that line, every house has a garage on the backside. So technically, every building or every structure is on a zero lot line or
Right.
no setback.
Yeah, I noticed that. And then when you there's a street that is perpendicular to Craven and PARKMOUNT. Just trying to find the name.
Mount Joy.
Mount Joy, that's right. So that side is also with landscape and a light pole with two
Yes.
trees.
Yes, there's a setback. There's a huge setback on that side.
Right. But there's no sidewalk anyway. So
Yeah.
in theory, there's no supposed to have people walking around this block to begin with.
Correct.
I see. So, but having a setback definitely helps. You automatically create some sunlight for the houses behind you, and it's like some neighbors said, it's safer for them to make a turn at this corner.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right, let's take it into committee. Any comments?
Chair, I'm happy to start. First off, thank you very much for coming in today. Craven is a very unique street in Toronto. It's one of those rare situations where there are permanent residences on one side facing basically garages and backyards from homes on the other side. It's pretty uncommon and I think unique to the sort of fabric of this particular community. I do find myself sympathetic to those who have spoken today on this one. This is a large garden suite that is juxtaposed on the lot right on the rear lot line with virtual no setback, hence the request for a variance for setbacks. And there are issues with respect to coverage. There are issues with respect to the angular plane. I appreciate that there have been some modifications to this. But my overall opinion of this application is that it is too large for the lot and has a particular negative impact on the existing residences, again, in part because of the unique nature of Craven Avenue and the proximity of the existing homes to that very narrow, it's almost a laneway, but I guess technically it is a street. Many, if not all, those homes are almost right up to the edge. So whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's a reality. And I think putting a two-story garden suite or suite right up against the lot line opposite those homes represents, in my view, an unacceptable burden on those residences. I do note that the examples that the applicant cited on Craven Avenue already are relatively new builds, but they are set back a little bit, more than I think is being proposed here. And those developments look like they were that sort of a townhome development that spans both Craven and I guess PARKMOUNT. So I don't think those are relevant examples of other developments along Craven. So for the reasons that I've cited and the fact I think the variances are excessive relative to the lot, I won't be supporting this application.
Well, I will weigh in on this also. I'm not going to repeat everything Mr. Clay said. I agree with all the comments made. I cannot support this application. I mean, Craven, I've been down there. It's an incredible street. It's just so unique, as Mr. Clay mentioned. To have a big box right up to the lot line that, you know, people are literally going to be staring into a wall because it's basically the garage with a second story on top. I just think it's totally out of character. It doesn't fit, and I appreciate the fact that the applicant has made amendments. It's unfortunate they weren't discussed with residents. Perhaps there could have been more amendments made. I'm not sure what can work there. Perhaps a total step back on top of it, like removing the second floor on the garage portion. But as it sits now, I absolutely am unable to support this application. So, Mr. Cheng, yeah? Go ahead.
Yeah. Should we let them defer or should we oppose? I mean, I completely agree with both of what you said. Is the,
at this stage,
the amended bylaw is pretty good, but 2 stories is still pretty significant.
Yeah, I think.
It could have been a good opportunity to improve the street rather than, you know, facing that old barn garage. But it has to be sensible.
At this stage, Mr. Chang, I think we've heard the application. We've spent the time on it. Amendments were made, as far as I know, or what we heard. They were not discussed with residents before. People have come down here, so I wouldn't support a deferral. I'm not sure about Mr. Clay, but I would not be supporting deferral.
No, I think, well, I mean, I'm not in favor of a deferral either. So if that's the case, I will move refusal of this application.
Okay, so Mr. Clay moves refusal. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Chang seconds. All in favor? That motion carries. Your application's been refused, sir. Does anybody want a break, or do you want to keep going?
Fine.
Do you need a break, Mr. Chang, or you're okay to keep going? Okay. Item number 5, 613 Clinton Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 2 photographs of trees on the property. I don't show any opposition speakers on this one. Do we have the agent on the line?
Hello, Hassan, you have been unmuted.
Mr. Roba? Mr. Roba, are you there?
To you, Madam Chair, I'm just going to try and call them.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hassan Roba. I'm here present for application number 5, 613 Clinton Street.
Okay, good morning, sir. I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Okay, we don't have any questions, sir. We've read all the material. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials, submit it.
No, everything is in the materials.
Okay, thank you. We're in committee, panel members.
Chair, I mean, I think this is a very straightforward, this is simply putting an addition above the existing veranda on the front of Clinton Street, and there are numerous examples along that strip of similar proposals. So I think it's a very straightforward, very minor application. I'll move approval with no conditions.
Okay, do you second, Mr. Chang? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Your application's been approved, sir. Item number 6, 12 Fenwick Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 11 photographs of trees on the property, covering letter from the agent, an arborist report from Cohen and Master Tree and Shrub Services Limited. We have email correspondence from Forestry. They're asking for condition number 2. Transportation is asking for a condition in their September 27th report. And I show only a support speaker. I believe it's the owner. Do we have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. I just need your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. My name is Angela Beppel, and I'm agent for the owners of 12 Fenwick Avenue.
Okay, I'm showing Lauren David and Matthew Campbell in support. I'm assuming those are the owners?
They are indeed, yes.
Okay, did they want to speak? I don't think we need a presentation. I'm not sure if the members have any questions. Does anybody have any questions?
It just, Chair, it looks like the drive or the garage is lining up with the existing row of garages. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, and it's positioned in such a way to leave as much space as possible for the tree at the rear of the proposed building.
Okay.
Mr. Chang, did you have any questions or? No? Okay. We're ready to make a decision on this, Angela. I don't know if the owners want to
Sure.
say anything.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Sorry for interrupting. I would mention we did receive, or we did notice or see the transportation services comment quite recently. I just wanted to point out that their condition proposed seems rather contradictory to their suggestion that they have no objections, because my interpretation of the condition is that it would actually require the 1 meter setback as per the zoning bylaw. So I just wanted to confirm whether or not what implications that would have.
I'm just looking at it. Yeah, it says you have to revise your site plan to show the proposed garage is set back 1 meter from the property line. Are you able to do that?
Well, that's the content of the variance application.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So,
but I do know they do say they have no objections. So I'm a bit confused because I would have expected them to request denial in that circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
But the setback you're proposing is consistent with the line of garages already there. That's what you said, right? Like your garage isn't going to be projecting out into the laneway any further than the existing garages? Hello?
Hi, are you there, Angela, or did we lose you?
Hi, Angela, can you hear us? You've been unmuted again.
Hi, Angela, are you there? Did you hit the mute button on your end, maybe? No? No? Okay, I don't know.
I will try and call her in.
Yeah, that is a weird report.
Yeah, it is weird. And it doesn't seem like it's out of character with what's already there, right?
No, I'm looking at it here. It's not. I don't know.
Hi, Angela, you've been unmuted on your phone. If you can hear us, please say something.
Like, get them all done? No. No, there's a...
Through you, Madam Chair, we seem to have some issues connecting with Angela. Do we want to move on to item 8 and then come back to this one?
That's fine,
Yeah.
sure. Were you able to connect or not? All right, Angela, if you can hear us, we're going to hold down your item, number 6. We'll go to item number 8. Item 7 was dealt with. Okay, so that is 575 Wellington Street West.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, can we just do a sound check with Aaron? Aaron, can you hear us?
No. No, doesn't look like it.
Okay, so
Okay. So we're just recessing. Let's take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. We're having some technical issues. We'll come back at 11:15. Hopefully, they'll be resolved.
Fifteen seconds remaining. Sorry, your recording time has run out. If you're satisfied with the recording of your message, press 1. If you want to hear it again, press 2. If you'd rather erase everything and start over, press 3.
Hello, Aaron. We're just doing a sound check. Can you hear us?
Aaron, can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh, hi. Is this Angela?
No, I don't think we can still hear what they say.
Can you hear me?
No. They show as muted.
Is that
Just a minute.
Angela? Is that you? Can you hear me?
You're showing as muted, Nancy.
Well, my computer is supposed to be muted, right? Because I'm using the mic.
Now it works.
Now it's working? Yeah, there's some technical issues here because my laptop should show muted. Okay, Angela, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. And we can hear you now also. So I can't remember where we were at now because all I know is there was the confusion with the transportation report, which I think we can all agree is a bit confusing. Mr. Clay or Mr. Cheng, did you have any more questions for Angela or any other questions?
No, I think that...
I did ask her, I didn't know there was no communication, and before that, I asked her if she had a chance to chat with the staff at transportation, but that person was on vacation, so the applicant wanted to verify what the meaning of that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you follow the question there, Angela? I think.
Yeah, so I did reach out to Ms. Helen in Transportation Services to try to get clarification on that comment. However, she is on vacation at this time, so I planned on reaching out to one of the supervisors there. However, I'm not sure what clarification I can get from a different person, right? So.
Is there any chance that if I hold this item down, that you can maybe try to make some calls, and then our staff would be able to see when you're logged back in?
Sure. Okay. So try to get calls right now and then call back in.
Yeah. I think that might be the best just at this stage, because if you can get it clarified, then I think that would be a good thing.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to hold it
Yeah,
then.
I can do that right away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay.
All right, so we're going to go to item number 8, which is 575 Wellington Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan. We have a previous decision affecting this property. We have email correspondence from the agent as well as presentation material, previous zoning bylaw that affects the property. We have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. Metrolinx advisory report. They don't appear to have any concerns. Planning has a condition. And there's a nine signature petition in support from residents and owners on Wellington, and that includes both adjacent neighbors at 577 and 573. And I don't show any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Members.
I just need your name for the record. I know who you are, but have to ask you anyway.
No worries. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owners of 575 Wellington West.
Okay, panel members, I don't think we need a presentation. Do either of you have any questions? Mr. Clay.
Ida, so the rooftop deck, I think did the plans show that it's screened?
The plans we have a railing around it, a glass railing around it, or what their preference is visually. But we do not show screening, but they are amenable to that. I did have that conversation with them. if that's something that you want to address. But as you saw, through you, Madam Chair, as you saw, Member Clay, I don't know what the screening will do, because you saw from my presentation, my aerial, I took a 2D so you can get a clear picture. And also you see the rear of the property when you're standing there, because they currently do have a patio, but I'm amenable to that. If that makes you comfortable, then I'm okay with that.
No, I'm actually, I'm going to rely on your advice on this one, because I tend to agree. This is an interesting configuration because it's kind of surrounded by condos, and I'm not sure whether in this case privacy screening frankly is going to make any difference, because there isn't really an overlook concern,
Right.
and the privacy isn't going to be abated by having screening from the condos, which are all going to be able to look down and in. So I think in this case, I'd take your advice as to what you think is best.
Yes. Yeah, and I think it's more going to be obviously aesthetically pleasing to the eye. It's safe. And I'm open to any other questions. We've reached out to the neighbors. They're all okay with what we're proposing. We're well below the FSI. This is something that was approved back in 2007, and we're just adding an additional 35 square meters to the project.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Ida, we don't have any other questions. We're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add?
Madam Chair, no, I believe between the question being answered and my submission materials, I believe I've addressed any comments or concerns that you may have.
Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Cheng, anything?
I have no objection. I think this is a very supportable case.
Okay, did you want to move a motion then?
I would like to make a motion to approve this application. Sorry, let me just look. I don't think there's any condition.
Actually, there's a planning condition.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Other than that, Metrolinx is advisory and transportation's okay.
That's right. So with a planning condition.
Okay, so a motion to approve the application, including the planning condition in the September 27th report, moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 9, 500 Caledonia Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an order to comply affecting the property. We have email correspondence from Metrolinx, again an advisory report, and we have opposition from number 502 Caledonia, and I believe we do have one opposition speaker. So do we have the agent on the line?
Yeah, I'm the agent.
Sorry?
For the 500 Caledonia Road.
What's your name?
My name is Faron.
Your full name?
Faronak Bahodura.
Thank you. Okay, we do have one opposition speaker. So can you do a presentation, please? No more than 5 minutes starting now.
Okay, sure. This is a garden suite. In fact, the original building was the garage, and the owner converted the garage to the garden suite, just one-story garden suite, and the location and footing foundation all as existing as a garden suite. But because the owner just the framing of the exterior wall changed because of somewhere that damage. So the city considered it as a new garden suite because most part of the wall are changed. And it is the variance that it has two variants, and because the location is not changed, that's why the location of garden suite based on the previous garage not change. That's why the side setback, one of our variance is a side setback. It's right now is 0.25 meter, and it has to be 0.88 meter. And another variance is distance from the main building. It should be 5 meter, but right now it's 1 meter 0.7. But because of that garden suite is near to the property line, the wall that is beside the property line it doesn't have any opening. It's 45 fire rated, and because of the lack of the enough distance from the garden suite to the main building, some windows that is in front of the garden suite for the main building, the windows are fire rated and a fixed fire rated window, and it's all that I have to say.
Okay, thank you. If I could have the opposition, please.
Chair, just a question before we go. I'm not sure I heard, but the obvious question from us is you've constructed or reconstructed this garage into a suite without a building permit. Can you tell us why you did it without a building permit?
When the owner asked us to get a permit for the garden suite, they started to renovate it because he thought that some part of the garden suite, some walls that were damaged, he wanted to just rebuild the damaged part, the walls, but the foundation, location, footing, all remain as existing.
When you went up a little higher, according to the order to comply, you built 3 new walls and you raised the roof.
No, it's not raised the roof. The roof is some part of roof is changed, but the height is not changed. The height remains as existing.
It says in our notice that the roof has been reconstructed and raised in height. That's what the order to comply says. Have you got the order to comply?
As far as I know, the height is not changed. Based on the drawing that I have, the height is not changed and it's built based on it was.
Okay, well.
Okay, we'll come back to you after we hear from the opposition.
Okay.
Hello.
Can you hear? Hi, is this Tatiana?
Yes.
Hi, I just need your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. So my name is Tatiana Boyko. My husband Kyle and I own and live at 502 Caledonia Road, which is the property immediately neighboring the subject property to the north.
Okay, go ahead.
So referring to our submitted letter of objection, and if you can please show page 6 of the submission, which is page 6 of the slide. I believe I've strongly outlined how the proposed garden suite would present a fire hazard to a minimum of 5 households. The first household is our own family, as the newly built garden suite is physically touching our home where our master bedroom is located. If you flip to page 4 of the letter of objection, it is evident that this is a new build and not a conversion of an existing garage, which was taken entirely down to foundation during the demo and rebuild done after the original stop work order for the actual originally planned conversion was attempted. Very soon in November, we'll be having our first child who is supposed to share a bedroom during their first 12 months of life as a prevention measure against sudden infant death syndrome. As you can imagine, having this potential fire hazard so close and literally touching the side of our home against which our bed's headboard is placed is very stressful and unnerving, as the master bedroom windows are not big enough for fire egress. Second, there are 3 households affected in the existing illegal triplex on the 500 Caledonia property, which comprises currently in the basement suite a mother with a toddler, a couple in the second floor apartment, and then future occupants of the main floor 2-bedroom unit, which until recently was occupied by 4 single men. If you could please present page 10 of the letter of objection. Third, the future tenants of the proposed garden suite themselves would be affected due to the lack of fire department access, since 3 vehicles regularly parked in front of the property during both daytime and nighttime, and even the occasional 4th vehicle is parked further up the driveway. In addition to above, I'd just like to add that regardless of whether the new structure is used as a garden suite or some other usage like storage, the way that it was built to physically touch our home is also causing additional water flows and impacting the roof, and requires correction and rebuild to maintain a minimum roofline to roofline distance. Referring to superseded plans, page 9 of the PDF, the eaves troughs proposed and shown in the sketch clearly cannot physically be added at this time, as there is no space for them to be added. And our roof already has issues with water management. Fixing the eaves and installing additional downspouts was one of the first things we did upon moving into our home in the summer of 2021. Obviously, we did not account for the extra water flows from our neighbor's future secondary structure. So we're continuing to incur damages in the form of more rapid roof degradation and water damage from eaves trough overflow every time it rains heavily. While I'm personally a University of Toronto trained civil engineer, it's been a while since I practiced. However, given the facts, I hope it is obvious, even to a layperson, how the proposed usage of the newly built garden suite represents a fire risk to 5 different households and possibly more, meaning that the variance requested is not minor and should therefore not be approved as requested. Furthermore, I personally consider myself an urbanist and a sustainability advocate. I was formerly a sustainability investor and I'm currently a member of the More Neighbours Toronto group, which, as you're aware, was one of the major advocates to allow garden suites in Toronto. I truly believe that in general, we do need more missing middle housing and gentle density like lane garden suites across Toronto's Yellow Belt, which has for too long been justly reserved for single family homes. At the same time, it is also not right to allow value maximizing investors like the proponent and his son to deliver on this additional housing and density while putting others' safety and lives at risk. All of this being said, I do appreciate that it is in the city's best interest to have more affordable housing and to bring the illegally built new garden suite at 500 Caledonia into compliance. If that is the path that the committee pursues, instead of referring this separately as a major variance, it should be clear that all 4 of the following additional stipulations must be added as conditions of any contemplated variance approval in order for both the new and the affected existing housing to be safe. Number 1, that the garden suite is modified in such a way that the setback from 502 Caledonia's existing roofline, including our existing eaves trough of a minimum of 2 feet, is maintained following the installation of 500 Caledonia proposed garden suites eaves trough, which is substantially in line with those shown in superseded plans, page 9 of the PDF. Number 2, that the existing driveway at 500 Caledonia be designated as a fire route, with the proponent allowed to apply for a single front pad parking permit spot as compensation measure in order to maintain their current entitlement to 1 driveway parking spot.
I
Number
know
3,
you have a few more points, but you're over 5 minutes, so if you can just wrap it up, please.
Sure. Number 3, that the existing dwelling be fully brought into compliance as an operating triplex, including registration with City of Toronto and confirmation of appropriate multiple fire compliance to the satisfaction of Toronto's fire chief and ESA, and that the garden suite permit application be resubmitted to include and correctly reflect the actual distances between proposed suites wall, roof line, and property line against the neighboring property's roof line, wall, etc., so that the code examiners can correctly assess the building code compliance.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I'm struck by the photo that you've shared with us on slide 6, which is a shot, it looks like the two eaves from your home and from the garden suite. So are they touching?
They are touching, and actually there is no eaves trough yet installed.
Yeah, that's what I was just
So
thinking,
this is
that
the edge of-
this doesn't even include an eaves trough to deal with the disposal of water.
It
So
does not.
where's the lot line? Is your eave right up to the edge of the lot line? Do you know?
Yes, the fence that you see in the photo is right on the property line.
So the property line is right where your eave and their eave hits.
Exactly.
Okay.
Except ours has existed there and we didn't install it recently.
Okay, thank you.
The old garage, before they did this reconstruction, how much was it set back from the lot line? Do you know?
I do not have that information. I'm sorry.
But it wasn't touching or anything, so it had like a foot.
No,
a
if you
foot.
flip to page, I think it's page 5, page 4.
Mm-hmm.
Page 4, you will see that the old garage is just not visible from our yard or is not touching our property in any way.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Chang, did you have any questions before we go back to the, okay, thanks. Could I have the agents back? Thank you very much for your submission. Hi, is this Farhan?
Yes.
Can you please speak only to the issues raised? You have no more than 5 minutes.
Okay. As I explained about it, that the walls that abutting the neighbor, it's without any opening, and it's a non-combustible. It has non-combustible material, and
I'm not catching what she's saying.
sorry.
I wonder if you could just repeat that a little bit. We're not catching your response.
And just as a side note, somebody is talking in the background, so we can't hear you very well. So can you either ask them to stop talking or turn off whatever's on?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's great, but
Is it
also
better?
if you can clarify what you were trying to say. Were you saying that there's no openings facing the neighbors?
Yeah, there are no opening. In fact, based on the fire safety, everything comply with the code, and it's completely safe based on the fire. And based on the I don't know what the neighbor the concern about the parking spot, but it has a large driveway for the parking spot, and the picture that it shows us, it may just it's a second. I want to say that it shows just a while of one day of that parking spot that many cars parked there, or three cars parked there, but it's not all the time like that. And it's all I have to say, because the garden suite, in fact was the garage, and it's converted to the garden suite, and there is no changes in a location. So based on the legal garage that it was. So the side setback, it would be the same as before for the garden suite, and the garage is the same.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Clay?
Thanks. So just so we're clear, the variance for the side yard setback that you're requesting, is that for the wall, or is that for the roof structure, the fascia and of the roof?
It's for the wall.
It's for the wall. So your roof, then, your roof line is extending past the setback you're asking for. And in fact, it appears from the photos that we've been given that your roof, your client's roof is actually either touching or extremely close to the neighbor's roof line.
Yeah.
So wouldn't there be a need for a variance for an eave projection?
But the eave projection doesn't extend beyond the property line.
No, I get that, but I think your neighbor raises a fairly legitimate point about the location of your roof eaves and their roof eaves. So is there anything that your client could do to mitigate that concern? I mean, the photo can be a little bit deceiving, but it certainly looks like there's no room for your client to even build an eave trough there.
But as we mentioned it, that the proposed eave shall not encroach beyond property line, and the eave, it would be like before when it was the garage. Before that, if you can see in the pictures that the neighbors show it, both roofs they're completely near to each other. Yeah, exactly in this picture. And right now it's like it was.
Well, no, actually, it's not true. You said earlier that your client has not changed the roof, and quite clearly from this photo, your wall is higher and your roof line has changed to the point where your eave is adjacent to the neighbor's eave, and it looks like it's pretty darn close. And frankly, you constructed your building illegally, and they didn't. So I'm wondering if you have some solutions that you might be able to think about that would help address this concern by your neighbor, which I think is a legitimate concern.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, they submitted a waiver form on this one. So there may be some missing variances.
Wonder, yeah.
Yeah.
It just seems to me that we often see a variance, to your point, Sabrina, we see variances where you need some relief for the eaves and it's positioned to the property line. It just seems to me that this is, I think, too close, and the fact that it was built without a building permit and without plans implies to me that this hasn't been done properly. So you've got some choices. You can either make a change now or defer, or we can defer this application so that the zoning examiner can review your application and ensure that there aren't additional variances. And in the meantime, you could think about a design change that might actually accommodate the concern that's been raised by your neighbor.
Okay, I think it's a good idea. Yeah.
I just want to add
we can think about it.
I mean, if I look at the before and after picture, the old garage, the roof slope was even with the wall. You've created a soffit, so you've actually come out quite a bit. So I think, I mean, it's in keeping with having raised the roof, which is what
Uh-huh.
the order to comply says. So, I mean, to me, that whole roof needs to be redone. But if we give you deferral, that's something for you to look at, because to abut up to a neighbor like this and then not even have an eaves trough on there yet doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
All right, so then you would be in favor of a deferral, so I guess committee, we'll go into committee then and we'll vote on a deferral, and then you can revisit this, and I would suggest you have conversations with the neighbor also when you're redesigning. Okay, we're in committee.
Based on that conversation, Chair, I'll move deferral of this application.
Okay, Mr. Clay moves deferral, and Mr. Cheng seconds. All in favor? Okay, your item has been deferred. Item number 10, 39 Sibley Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have one photograph of a tree on the property, correspondence in support from number 37, which is adjacent. And you must be the agent.
No, sir, I'm the homeowner, Paul
You're the
Fiorentino.
homeowner, okay. So are you Paul Fiorentino?
Yes,
Okay, and your address then is?
39 Sibley Avenue.
Okay, I'm not sure we need a presentation on this. Panel members, do you need a presentation? We have two variances before us. Mr. Cheng, did you have a question or a comment, or? Can't hear you. Guys, I can't hear Aaron. Aaron, hang on. I think we're having technical difficulties yet again.
There no sign language?
I don't know. Shall I ask him? Do you have any questions while we're waiting for Aaron or not? Aaron, can you hear us before Larry asks a question? Can you nod yes or no? No, he can't hear us.
Through you, Madam Chair, if Aaron can't hear us, then everyone on WebEx won't be able to hear us. So we just have to hold off.
Okie doke.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay, we took the whole day off for this. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
It has been highly entertaining. So.
That's true. Definitely some interesting ones.
Yes.
That's true.
It's not the day you want to be inside.
I agree. Yeah. Check with the Eaton Center. Yeah, in person is definitely ideal. Because I mean, Zoom, you have technical difficulties at work all the time.
Yeah.
I can hear some sound now.
Hi, Aaron, can you hear me now?
Yes, I could.
Okay.
Finally, thank you.
Did you want to say something? Or do you have any questions? The owner is here in person.
No, I think, yeah, I just want to let you know I can hear you now and we can start.
Okay, grand. So, I don't think we have any questions. Is there anything you'd like to add? We've read the materials that's before us, but if there's something you want to add before we make a decision on this, feel free.
Only one item is that we did get a letter from 41 Sibley Avenue that they are in agreement with everything we proposed. We did send it late yesterday, though, so we may not have got it yet.
Okay. So you've got both adjacent neighbors basically are on your side?
Yes.
All right, if there are no questions, panel members, let's take it into committee and make a decision. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks for coming down. I think I'm going to disappoint you by saying that I think this is a fairly straightforward application. It's not surprising you're putting a second story on a bungalow on a street where there appears to be many others who've done the same thing. It's not a surprising application. You've only got two very, very minor variances in front of us. It's a very straightforward, very simple application, so I think we'd all support it. I'm speaking to my colleagues, but I'm sure they'd agree. Chair, I'll just move a motion to approve this application with no conditions.
Nope. Mr. Chang, are you seconding? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? That carries. Your application's been approved, and go enjoy the sunshine.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Is the person for 6 back? Okay, so let's go back to Angela. Item 6, 12 Fenwick.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Hi, Angela, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can. Were you able to get any answers?
I was not able to get an authoritative answer. The person who made the comments is returning as of October 10th, from my understanding. So I would be able to get clearer direction from them if that would be possible to defer.
Sure. Yeah. I think that's a wise decision, probably to defer, just to get this all clarified. I don't know how quickly staff can get you back on an agenda. Sabrina, it's just to get clarification from transportation on that report.
Through you, Madam Chair, right now we're scheduling for November the 22nd.
Okay, so if you can get a response as soon as possible, the sooner you get it, the sooner they can put you back on. So we will take it into committee and vote on the deferral. Okay, who wants to take this one? Aaron does. Okay, Aaron, on the deferral. Okay, Aaron moves a motion to defer the application so that the applicant can consult with transportation. So that's seconded by Mr. Clay. So all in favor? Okay, the item's been deferred. And now we go to item number 11, 29 Shannon Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, presentation materials from the agent, and that was received yesterday, late, and also a form letter in support from number 10, also received yesterday in the supplemental agenda. I am showing 2 opposition. Well, one might be in favor. I don't know. Do you have the speakers, all of them?
I only have Justin Becker. I have not been able to reach the 2 speakers from 10 Shannon.
Okay. All right. So Justin Becker would be the owner. So 10 is question mark. Okay. Do you have the agent then? Okay.
Hi, Nicholas. You have been unmuted and made a panelist. You can now turn on your video.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good morning. Your name, please?
Nicholas Sancho.
Hi, are you speaking on behalf of the owner, or is the owner wanting to speak also?
Yes, no, I'm speaking on behalf of the owner.
Okay. I don't think we need a presentation. I did have, number 10 are in support, but they don't appear to be online. They were listed as a speaker. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Clay?
Chair, I've just got a little note in my notes about screening the balcony on the 3rd floor.
Yes, sir.
So it looks like on the side, I don't know which side it is. This is the west elevation, so I guess it's on the east side of the structure. There's what looks like a glass railing around your balcony.
Yes,
so
sir.
is there overlook concerns with your immediately adjacent neighbors? So
as part of our presentation, we have actually moved the railing in to the allowable portion, and we would probably, but we have no objections being tied to that on plan, and of course being put for screening on that. That's just part of it.
Is there revised plans?
I don't know, I'm just looking.
Oh no, it's just showing on the
It's in the presentation.
on the 3rd floor as part of the presentation. There's just a line of where the railing would come, how it is set back, the idea to where the window is,
I'm just.
and that will meet our. That would avoid it being a variance, but then we can of course make it screening as per.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea to have screening on at least on the side, not necessarily on the rear. I think you've got quite deep lots there, and looks like there's institutional stuff in behind, so that's not an issue. But for your next door neighbor, I think that would be a good idea.
100%, and that's why we noted it here, and that's why I'm saying right off the bat we have no problems being tied to plans and making that screening. Of course not.
Okay, but that's presentation
Yeah,
material.
that's not, you didn't submit those plans, right?
It's in the presentation in the supplemental, 11E4, but
Can we tie it to a presentation?
I don't know, Sabrina, can we, not really, right? Can we, no. Okay, so we can't
May,
tie it to
may I
those.
make a suggestion?
Sure.
I don't know if you can do, if you can just, if I just read this before I put my foot in my mouth, but I'm pretty sure. So number 2, the residential category, a platform without a main wall such as a balcony, similar structure attached or within 0.3 to million must comply with required minimum setbacks of 0.9. So, so why don't we just remove that variance? And then we have to be 0.09 back.
Okay. So variance 2, you want to delete then?
Yes. If that would be suffice with everybody, that would be suffice with us.
Through you, Madam Chair, as long as you're able to meet the requirement, then that's fine.
Okay, that's fine then. And then do you still want a condition for the screening?
Yeah, I think he's amenable to putting screening on the side. I guess it's the east side.
Is that correct, the east side?
It is correct, yes.
Okay, so we're deleting variance 2, and then we're looking at a condition for screening on the 3rd floor east side. Okay, any other questions? Okay, is there anything else you want to add? We're ready to make a decision on this. We'll go in committee. No?
No, I have nothing to add if there's no questions.
No, we're ready to make a decision on it. I think the screening was the only thing that, you know, we had a concern with. Okay, we're in committee.
Chair, I'm happy to move this one. Again, just to reiterate, this is they're very large lots and no one in behind, so I don't think the addition as proposed on the 3rd story and the rear 2-story is going to impose any hardship on the neighborhood. So I think it's a supportable application. I'll move approval subject to the amended application, deleting variance 2, and subject to condition that the 3rd floor rear balcony be screened on the east side.
Okay, so do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay, that's seconded by Mr. Cheng. So motion to approve by Mr. Clay with variance 2 deleted, application as amended with screening on the 3rd floor east side. And all in favor? Okay, that carries. Item number 12, 123 Marion Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent. We have staff report, planning asking for refusal, transportation's asking for refusal, and that's the permit and enforcement section of transportation. Transportation planning reviews asking for deferral. We have support from 125, which is adjacent, as well as 115 and 121, also adjacent. Opposition from 129 and 131, and support from 125. That came in the additional support material last night. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do we have the agent on the line?
The agent has gotten back to me and said the owner will be joining the call. So, Jean, you have been unmuted.
Hi.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
Yes, I need your name and address, please.
Jean-Sébastien Michel, 123 Marion Street, Toronto, Ontario, M6R1E6.
Okay. Well, I guess my first question to you is, are you aware of the reports, 2 reports recommending refusal, planning and transportation, as well as the other one asking for deferral?
Yes, I am.
Okay, do you still want to proceed with this, or do you want to defer?
No, we still want to proceed.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation? Do you have any questions?
Well, we'd probably benefit from hearing the applicant's version of his proposal, given that it's being recommended for refusal.
Okay,
Sure.
all right, go ahead. Is there anything we need to put up on the screen before you start?
I mean, no, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I think I'll start by addressing some of the concerns from the neighbors. I think the main concern that was brought up was that it would remove a parking space from the street, and there's very little parking space on that street. We're actually over permitted 69 or 70 permits for 62 spots, and I certainly sympathize with those concerns. In fact, as is detailed in this application, at the very least, there would be no impact because we'd be removing our car from the street, and so a space would be gained. And if there's some loss in terms of cutting the curb where the driveway is, then that would be gained by our car being on the lot. So, but in fact, actually out in front, there's about 2.5 spaces worth. So we've never actually, in the year we've been here, we've never actually seen 3 cars being able to park. But most times when 2 cars park, there's space behind or in front of them, so there is room. So there's also, in our opinion, and we've noted this in the application and laid out the actual dimensions of what's available, we believe that there's actually gaining a spot on the street by doing this. So that's the first concern. The second one is environmental, and I think our application details this quite a bit, is that this has been there, like we took possession a year ago, but the driveway's been there. We spoke to our neighbors, since before 2000, been over 20 years it's been there. So we're not proposing to create anything new here. It's just using what's already there. And in fact, I think before it used to be all interlocking stone, and a lot of that was removed. And you can see that in some of the pictures that are attached to create a lot of green space. So those are 2 things. And the last thing I wanted to bring up is exactly the city's position on 918. So this is, I think, a controversial issue. The city, essentially, we're proposing parking on the private side, is saying that they have right to issue a license on the private side based on an amendment to that bylaw in 2022. And it was specifically because of a precedent that was set in 2019 in our neighborhood. I think it's 8 Springhurst Avenue, and where they allowed exactly this. And so now the city has changed its approach and is now trying to have a license where it's not even in their jurisdiction. This is a zoning bylaw. It's not a licensing issue. And so that's the point I wanted to make on that. One additional point is, the whole intent of this 918 and all of this is to is for environmental reasons. That's what we want. We want to be able to park an electric car on that pad, and we can't do it. We can't run a wire down to the street. And so we're being prevented from doing that, even though that's the reason they're citing they're doing this, is for environmental reasons. So those are the main points I wanted to highlight. And maybe, I think my wife, who's the co-owner, is also on the line. So maybe she wants to say a few words.
Okay, that's fine, but she has a minute, 40 seconds left, basically.
Scott.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi. So I believe we filed the decision from the Toronto Local Appeal Body, and I would commend that decision to the committee because it's exactly on point to what we're seeking to achieve at the Committee of Adjustments. And the City of Toronto basically saw this decision and then enacted 918 to then require someone to seek a license to park on the private side. But I would ask the city if they've ever even granted one of those licenses. And the answer is likely no, because the whole reason they did it is so that they could turn around and say, you can't do this. See, you need a license. We can't grant them because there's a moratorium. So I would argue that that's an overstep and an overreach of their authority. The Toronto Local Appeal Body decision pointed out that 918 itself is dated. It's in conflict with what the city's other goals are for the environment, which is to allow for electric parking. They have not set up infrastructure so that homeowners can park electric cars. We have interlocking brick. There's no issue with runoff. If there was, the city would file evidence of that. They have not. And the fact is that we reached out to assistance from Gord Perk's office, and they did not help us in any way. And we explained the issues we're facing, including the fact, which they acknowledge, that it's impossible for residents to find parking. We would be granting that space.
Danielle,
there's also the issue of
I'm sorry, but it's 5 minutes, so I need you to wrap up, please, because you're over 5.
Sure. So the objections I would just point out do not note that the space already exists and the issues that we've addressed. The objections don't seem to be on point with anything in our application. It looks like they haven't read our application. And we have many letters of support from surrounding neighbors. Thank you.
I have a question. You're basically not increasing the size. Like there's a hedge there, so you would be trimming the hedge back, and then you'd need a curb cut, right, to go in? Is that sort of the intent? Yeah. And I think I see, so I'm not sure if these are permeable pavers or not. I know they're interlocked, but I think permeable pavers are different. There seems to be a lot of different materials now. Would you be amenable to changing that?
Of course.
To permeable? Okay.
I think we'd certainly be amenable to that. The only thing I would say is that probably, if that were a condition, it should be tested. It's not clear to me that there's even runoff now. So, if somebody can test it and show there's no runoff, then, there's no point changing it, but we are amenable to changing it if there is runoff to something more permeable.
Yeah, unfortunately, the committee wouldn't be able to put in a condition for testing because, we can only put in conditions that are enforceable through the city. So if we put the condition for permeable in, if the committee even wants to go there, then you would have to change it to that kind of material. Okay, anybody else have any questions? Okay, we don't have any further questions, so let's take it into committee panel. Yeah. Sorry, did you?
I think it's, yes, I just want to speak to the applicant.
Okay, so we're not in committee. Are you just making a comment or you have a question and a comment?
I just want to, more like some friendly recommendation.
All right, go ahead. So we'll come out of committee. Go ahead.
Yes, please. Yes. Okay. So I feel very sympathetic to your situation, but when we're looking at the site plan, the proposed parking size is not the city standard. And then I think you would also need the city at a certain point to create a curb cut for you. Do you have any plan to address those? Like, let's say if we approve it a minor variance application, and then what's the next step?
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. Relative to the size of the parking pad, I think the parking pad that's set out, the sizing, which is I think something like 5.6 by 2.6, we're asking for less than that. Partially because we don't, I mean, that in and of itself, cars can be longer or shorter. You have pickup trucks, a lot of them on our street that are well in excess of 6 meters, and they're parking, and their parking pad is, to 5.6 meters. So in that sense, it's a little bit trivial. And I would add that for our circumstance, we're looking to get a small electric car. We're not looking to get a pickup truck. We're not contractors, even though there are a lot on the street. We're not that. And so I think the size we proposed fits the need that we have. And in terms of the cutting the curb, we'd certainly be fine with bearing that cost if we needed to.
I think you need an approval from another department to cut the curb, and if transportation is in disagreement, you can never cut the curb.
Yeah, our understanding is that they can't actually prevent any of this. The only thing they can do is prevent us currently, in their opinion, from getting a license to park on there.
Right.
So I don't know what the city requires in terms of cutting the curb. Maybe you know that better.
Yeah, you need the blessing from the transportation department to instruct the engineering department anyway. So I just want to let you know that this is not the end of your journey. So good luck with that. I have no problem to support your situation. I think it's very sensible, it's reasonable. But we can speak about that in committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, we're back in committee.
I know Aaron supports it. I sympathize with applicants that are interested in getting a parking pad on their front yard. But I'm also sympathetic to the city's overall policy framework around this, which is currently to avoid or prevent new parking pads that are going to potentially use city property or the boulevard or a portion of the right-of-way. And while that's not a particularly popular perspective, we have 2 reports before us recommending refusal. And as Aaron points out, there is a path that would require a curb cut and a license to be issued by the same people who are recommending refusal. So I sympathize, but we have seen these kinds of applications before us in the past, and frankly, we've been trying to adhere to the advice and recommendations that staff are providing to us. So I'm sadly going to not be able to support this application.
I'm of mixed minds on this one. Generally speaking, I support staff recommendations. However, in this case, I believe next door it almost looks like they have a parking pad. It looks like the curb cut goes that far even. In terms of changing the drainage, etc., I mean, it's already on interlock. It's not being made bigger. In essence, I think you could still park a very, very small car there. And you're going to be able to move one car off the street. So it's kind of a zero change in parking from my perspective. I'm inclined to support this application. I mean, there's other examples of it on the street. I respect the fact what the city's trying to do, but I'm not sure that this is achieving the goal they're trying to achieve. So I would support the application. So,
Well,
I need a motion from somebody.
Well, you know what mine would be.
I guess.
I still need the official motion, right? So
I will make the motion to make, well, I'll have to say that we fully respect the position from the departments who issued the staff reports. We understand the rationale behind. But I think at this particular case, it's a matter of who comes in first for the application. If they come in some years ago before that law was enacted, probably they would have got it approved already. So I think that's what's triggering this debate. And I think it's possible to give them an exemption in this case because it really doesn't affect anyone. So I would like to make a motion to support this application.
okay, and I guess in this case, I would second it because I support approving. So
There's a condition, I think you
yeah,
suggested.
the condition. Oh yes, with the condition for permeable pavers. Thank you, Mr. Clay. Are you okay with that, Mr.
That's
Clay?
right. Thank you.
Okay, so with
Yes,
the
please.
condition for permeable pavers for the entire driveway, the entire interlock portion in the front. Okay, so all in favor of approving the application with that condition? That motion carries and Mr. Clay dissents. Okay, so the application's been approved with that condition. Item number 13, 106 Holland Park Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, 2 photographs of the subject property. We have a number of previous decisions that were before us that affect this property. We have a 16-signature petition in support. That includes both adjacent neighbors at 104 and 108. And I do not have any opposition speakers, just the agent. Do we have the agent on the line?
Hello, Greg. You've been unmuted.
Grigori, you there? Hello? Aaron, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I could, yes.
Okay.
To you, Madam Chair, I will try and call him in.
Okay.
No. No, I wouldn't think.
Hello, Grigori.
Hello?
You're unmuted on both devices.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I was trying to speak on my computer. I guess you couldn't hear me.
Hi, can I just have you state your name for the record?
Yep. Hello, Madam Chair. Greg Davidovich, 101 Robert Hicks, and
Okay, panel members, do we need a presentation? No? Any questions? Mr. Clay?
Just quickly, so, I mean, I'm looking at all your variances you're requesting. You're putting a 4-story on, you're gonna be going a little higher than what's permitted. What jumped out at me was the FSI, which is more than double what's permitted, which seems kind of high. Have you done any analysis of FSIs in the surrounding neighborhood?
So we have pulled many precedent for approved minor variances. There was a similar one approved at 125 Holland Park in I believe, June or July 2015. I think the FSI increases simply because of the lot size, but we have done extensive research and approved minor variances in the area.
So did you submit any of that stuff, or of any of that research?
No, we didn't. The approvals for the surrounding neighborhoods, no, it's not submitted.
So can you give me an example of a similar FSI or sized home?
So 125 Holland Park. So the maximum floor space there was 0.8, and they were requesting 1.27. I can pull up another one here. I'm trying to find another one here. Again, we did talk to planning staff ahead of the meeting, and then they didn't share any concerns. We tried to do as much due diligence as we can with both the side neighbors and the rear neighbor, who both approved the application. But I mean, when we talked to planning staff, they didn't request any sort of support.
So, fair enough, thank you. So, for example, 125, would you say that's a 3-story, right, rather than a 4-story?
It was a 4-story as well.
It was a 4-story? Okay.
Yes.
So would you say that that home is comparable to what you're proposing?
It is comparable. It's on the same street. It's just down the street.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Was there anything you want to add, Gregory, that's not in this submission that you feel is important for us to know before we make a decision?
Other than the fact that we did as much due diligence as we can with both the side neighbors, the rear neighbors. We walked the street for a petition. We didn't have any objections. We reached out to planning ahead of the meeting. They had no objections. I spoke to everybody we could in advance of this meeting, and nobody had any objections. So we feel that it does pass the 4 tests. And looking at the precedents in the area, there's numerous surrounding homes that have a similar approved variance that was issued.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, let's take it into committee. Mr. Clay?
Sure, Chair. I guess I initially had a little bit of concern about the FSI, which is it's hard to use an FSI as a harbinger of impact, particularly when I think, as the agent noted, that the lot is small. It is a semi. And there does appear to be similar new builds in the area. I think the main point here is that they've done a pretty good job of getting surrounding neighbor support. There isn't any opposition to this. And it is quite close to Vaughan, which is a major thoroughfare and commercial area. So I think having said that, it's a supportable application. So I'm prepared to move approval. I don't think there are any conditions on this one.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Cheng, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Item number 14, 900 Bay Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, copy of section 4 of the zoning bylaw, Presentation materials submitted on behalf of Queen's Park Place condominiums, 104 homes and 62 Wellesley Street. I show one opposition speaker. Do we have them? Okay. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yep, I'm here. My name is Jeffrey Leonpoy from WZMH Architects, agent for 900 Bay.
Hi, good morning. We do have an opposition speaker. Can you please do a presentation no more than 5 minutes? Is there anything you need on the screen before you start?
Nope. I think everything I can note down in my presentation.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So just to, I guess, in terms of the applicable zoning bylaw, we understand that that is zoning bylaw 438-86. We're aware that there is no clause for the encroachment to the building height. We're aware that the allowable building permit height is 30 meters, which puts the current condition as a legal non-conforming condition. We're aware that the existing building condition is taller than the actual existing bylaw, and that the building was built before the bylaw was generated. And as an example, Moat Tower, which is in the southeast corner of the property, is 107.66 meters, which is 3.5 times taller than the stated bylaw. So we're seeking a minor variance for the building height in an increase of 320 millimeters, which is approximately just over 12 inches, to the penthouse roofs of 3 of the 4 towers on the property. First tower is the Hearst Tower, which is on the northeast corner of the property. That's a 10-story tall building. Our existing parapet height of the penthouse is 48.79 meters, and we're proposing it at 49.1. The Moat Tower is the second tower, which is located in the southeast corner of the property. That's a 24-story tall tower. That existing parapet height is 107.66 meters, and we're proposing it at 1.798 meters. Third tower is the Hepburn Tower, which is on the southeast corner of the property, and that's an 11-story tower building. Existing parapet height is 52.7 meters, and we're proposing 53.02 meters. Our proposed rationale, I guess, for the change, and I'll just note down the comments. So first reasons for the affected changes was for the introduction of the scupper drains required by the Ontario Building Code, section 7.4.10.4, sentence 2C, which did not exist in the original build condition. So that's one OBC requirement. Number 2 is the increase of the thermal insulation to meet SB 10 for the roof assembly of the building envelope, and also to meet the building performance requirements of the project requirements. Thirdly, I guess is to sum that up, is solely to mitigate the over surcharge of the storm sewer mains. Since we added in control flow drains to help mitigate that situation and to mitigate the instantaneous drainage discharge in the plus 10-year storm event. So in summary, we feel that this is a minor variance for the minor increase in the building height. Just to note, this is not the main building. This is actually the penthouse, which is a much smaller footprint within the 3 towers. And we feel that there's no added visual nor sound impacts to the increase of the parapet of the penthouse and the surrounding areas. It can be seen by the photos and the line of sights that was sent in the package that majority of the times there, you don't actually even see the penthouse, let alone from the property, let alone across the street or any adjacent property owners, in terms of the line of sight to the penthouse and the increase of the plus or minus 12 inches. The only one caveat to that is there's minor situation on Hearst Tower, which from Bay Street, because of the proximity distance, the existing condition, you can see the penthouse previously before. So again, We feel that that minor difference in the height difference at that line of sight and that distance is very minor in nature. And that sums up my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. If there are no questions, we'll have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Hello, Charlotte. You've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead if you can state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Charlotte Snyder, and I'm here today on behalf of the Board of Directors and the 104 owners at Queen's Park Place, located at 62 Wellesley Street West. And this building is directly across the street from the Hearst building in the McDonald block. We oppose the granting of this variance unless there is satisfactory resolution of the issue regarding unscreened mechanical installations on the roof of the Hearst buildings. It should be noted these mechanical installations are new with this reconstruction project. These installations are directly in the landscape of our homes and the sun deck of our condominium building and others along Bay Street. In the interest of time, I won't go through my entire presentation in total. I hope the committee members have had a chance to review it. However, I would like to look at the photos included in my presentation. If you could show slides 3 and 4. Thank you, are up on the screen. So these photos demonstrate that while there were smaller mechanicals on the roof prior to redevelopment, the addition of more and much larger mechanicals with more to come has made the viewscape much worse. On the slide titled Prior to Construction, this is a satellite view of the roof of the Hearst building and surrounding buildings prior to the beginning of the construction project. The Hearst building is of most concern to the residents of 62 Wellesley Street West, as it is immediately outside our living room windows and immediately across from our rooftop sun deck. Our driveway entrance is at the W on the Wellesley Street indicated on the photo. You'll note that the Hearst building roof has a screened enclosed structure at the south end of the building and 2 low mechanical structures at the north end in the black circle. In the pre-construction photo. The black circle indicates the area of concern for us, as it is that area that is being made worse in the new construction, as you will see in the next slide. Before leaving this slide, I'd like to highlight the rooftop mechanical configurations of 921 Bay Street over to the right side of the photo. These demonstrate the desired configuration with all mechanicals hidden in wells. So we see an example of screened and enclosed mechanicals on the previous Hearst rooftop configuration and examples of the use of wells on the neighboring properties. There are no buildings other than the McDonald block buildings in the neighborhood with exposed mechanicals. So now looking at the next photo titled Please Make It Better, Not Worse. This photo is taken from a living room at 62 Wellesley Street West, immediately across the street. It shows that new mechanicals are being installed in the area of the black circle from slide 3 at the north edge of the rooftop. There are still mechanical components yet delivered, as evidenced by the elevated stand with stairs in the foreground of the photo. So all mechanicals are not yet in place. Written communications with the MBR project team has confirmed that no screening or housing enclosures are planned for these mechanicals. The viewscape of this rooftop has been made worse rather than better as a result of this project. If you've reviewed the elevation drawings of the Hearst block submitted by the applicant's representative, you may recall that these new mechanicals are shown as being within enclosures or boxes on the drawings. We have been told repeatedly such enclosures or screening installed. This will result in this new unsightly mechanical installation being in full view of not only our homes and sun deck at 62 Wellesley, but others along Bay Street as well. The Committee of Adjustment adjudicates variance requests taking the general intent and purpose of the bylaw and official plan into account. Now that we live in a vertical city, in order to accommodate densification and more housing, it's clear that all of these regulations need to be applied with this in mind. These regulations need to consider all citizens affected by adverse impacts on the viewscape, not just those at street level. The Toronto mid-rise which I've included in my packet as well, address this, and the industry standards as represented in the other jurisdictions regulations, which are included in my submission, confirm that viewscape of all neighbors at all heights are to be taken into account. The Hearst rooftop, as it is planned to be, violates city standards, both property standards 629-17 and the mid-size standards, industry standards and norms, as evidenced by the regulations in my presentation from Kitchener, Mississauga, and Burlington, and the stated goal of the project as described on Infrastructure Ontario website, which states the current building standards will be met. We know it's possible to screen these mechanicals as there are no exceptions provided in any of the reference standards in any of the jurisdictions reviewed. It is possible to do far better on this roof, and we request that the Committee of Adjustment, if they choose to grant this variance, require design features to be implemented that will bring the project into compliance with the general intent and purpose of the regulations, current standards, official plan, and bylaws, and be respectful of the neighbor, as all other buildings in the vicinity have. That's the end of my comments. I do have a question. Is this project, it's a substantial multi-year project, as we know. Is this under existing site plan control, and is a modification of site plan required for the additional installation of these additional mechanicals?
Sabrina,
Thank you.
Sabrina, do you know if there's site plan going on for this project or not? And if so, is there anything that controls mechanicals on the rooftops and how they're clad, etc.?
Through you, Madam Chair, let me just double check, okay?
While that's going on, can I ask a question? So is the concern from the residents of your building visual or noise or both?
Well, currently, our concern, of course, is visual. As you can see, the order of magnitude of those mechanicals being substantially increased over historical. Well, we have no idea what the mechanicals will be that are installed there. We have inquired, we have not been told. We have no way of knowing whether the noise, whether there will be a noise concern.
Okay.
We assume that there's going to be a generator. We don't know. We assume that will be the case. And if so, I actually have a property with a generator, and they are very noisy. And they usually are clad in some kind of soundproofing.
Through you, Madam Chair,
I have a question.
Hang on,
Through you,
Erin.
Madam Chair, I have checked the file. I don't see an active site plan application for the subject site. Perhaps the applicant can talk about them.
Yeah, we can verify with them also. Just as a side note, Sabrina, do you know if site plan control, do they address anything with respect to mechanicals on the roof?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay.
The entire application would be reviewed under site plan control. In this situation, I believe they submitted a waiver form. So perhaps the applicant can confirm if they've had conversations with community planning. I don't see any comments from community planning on this one.
No. Okay, thank you. Erin, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I just want to ask the opponent about, so you basically have no opposition about the height. You're just concerned about adding a screen to the mechanical units. Am I correct?
Well, I would like to think that we are fairly reasonable people, and these buildings have been here for quite some time. If they need to improve their drainage, that is likely a reasonable request. What we find unreasonable is them taking advantage of the opportunity to inflict all of these mechanicals on us. And we would like, if the variance is granted, we would like there to be a condition that these mechanicals should be shielded. As you can see from all the other jurisdictions and the City of Toronto regulations, it is an expectation that mechanicals of this nature will be shielded.
Right, and your logic is similar to adding a privacy screen at a balcony. Basically, is about protecting the views from the public.
Yes, that's correct. And it's of course not only 62 Wellesley Street. These buildings are surrounded by condominium buildings all along Bay Street who have a view of this rooftop. It will be the worst rooftop in the neighborhood. It is currently the worst in the neighborhood. Everyone else has either used wells or shielded their mechanicals.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Okay, if there are no more questions, Mr. Leong Poi, back to you. If you can please address the issues raised, well, specific to the mechanicals and cladding, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, put it simply, the application is for the extension of the building height, right? So I'm not sure where the subject matter for the mechanical units come into play, knowing that the mechanical units actually are lower than the extent of the existing parapet height that was previously installed. So in my response, I guess, I feel that it's not part of this any subject matter as it pertains to this variance application. Number two is in terms of the line of sight, as I said there before, the last end of our package, we have line of sights, and there is no line of sights from the street property line nor adjacent property owners at street level view that actually sees any of the equipment, even let alone the one installed. And just for the record, permit revision number 4, BLD, actually approved these revisions already and the inclusions of some of this equipment, of which zoning had no concerns. But to address in terms of screening, et cetera, we confirmed with the zoning examiner that there are no provisions within the zoning bylaw 438-86 that requires an enclosure to be built around any rooftop units, from my understanding. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but that bylaw, and that was confirmed with the zoning examiner as well too. And I have that in an email that I can actually forward if need be, that there is no requirement for an enclosure around any mechanical units under the zoning bylaw 438-86.
Okay. And what about looking at it from a perspective as being a good neighbor?
We can take that back with our owner, but again, I think in terms of the subject matter, the height of the mechanical unit is lower than the existing parapet height of the conditions, even before we proposed the additional height because of the scuppers. So I think in terms of the subject matter, again, it's not part of the subject of the variance application, in my opinion. You can tell me otherwise, but the height is where we're going for in terms of the overall building height, knowing that the actual bylaw is legally non-conforming.
So I think we understand and appreciate your argument that the variances before us are with respect to drainage and aren't directly related to the mechanicals. I would draw to your attention page 2 of the materials in opposition, where there appear to be 2 sets of mechanicals on the roof, and one of them is clad or shrouded in some sort of structure. And maybe that could be elevators, I don't know what it is there, but it seems that there already is some shielding going on that roof, and I don't imagine it would be too cumbersome for the contractor to put up similar screening to address the condominium's concerns. And I don't know whether we would make that necessarily a condition of this approval, because that's not before us, but it just seems like a reasonable approach to take, given that seems to be the approach that you're taking elsewhere on this structure and presumably the other 4, the other 3 towers that you're renovating right now. So do you think this is something that your client would be open to?
I can definitely take that one back, yes. I don't have any recollection of us adding any other screens for any other mechanical equipment on any other towers, though. So unless you
Well, I'm
want
just
to
looking at
show
this
me-
photograph, which appears to show screening around something.
Can you pull that up on the screen?
Can you
Sorry.
pull that, can you
Just-
pull up
Yeah.
slide 2 on the
Presentation.
opponent's
of-
presentation?
yeah, with the picture of the roof.
Yeah, there. You make that a little bit bigger? Great. So you see that, so mechanicals in the front and appears to be something in the rear, which is shrouded.
Oh, the box, the sort of brown box in the back, that's the penthouse that I'm referring to that we're actually wanting to increase the height of as part of this variance application.
Oh, I thought you were increasing it around the
Yeah.
periphery of the building.
No. So the periphery of the building, because the building is a heritage building, we weren't allowed to touch that parapet. So that existing parapet is not affected in any which way or form. The increase in height is the smaller mechanical penthouse, which is a much fractional footprint relative to the 3 towers. That's the area that we're actually increasing the height of plus or minus 12
Right,
inches.
okay, that's helpful to know. Again, my point is still that it would be, I think, helpful if you could take that back to your client, which quite frankly is the province of Ontario, and see whether they might be willing to shroud those mechanicals in some sort of material.
Yeah, we can take that one back. I think we can show images of whether that equipment is fairly clean and simple boxes and not with a lot of piping and connections.
You might even be able to get away with just putting something up on one side, for example. Maybe you wouldn't even have to surround it.
Yeah, if it's anything, it would be probably the east side potentially, right? Because I think that's where
The east side,
north
I
sorry.
think it's the north side, right?
Yeah, the north side, sorry. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Anyway, I think it would be a good if you can undertake to do that. You know, we understand it's not part of the variances, but your neighbors are also not opposing to the variances, so I think it would be the neighborly thing to do. I don't think any of us would like to look at that outside our window every day. Okay, if there are no more questions, let's take it into committee panel members.
Chair, I'll move this. This is a very minor application, as we noted, and thanks to the applicant for clarifying. I was under the misunderstanding of which parapet we were talking about. So the actual variances before us are really quite minor. As the applicant pointed out, it's 12 inches, which won't really dramatically impact any impact. But I don't think we can put a condition because it's not before us, but I think we would acknowledge maybe in the notes that the applicant has agreed to pursue the option of screening for some of the rooftop amenities or mechanicals.
Okay, so that's a motion then to
Yes.
approve. So that's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Chang to approve the application. All in favor? That motion carries. Just one second. All right, we are going to have to break until 2 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. I apologize for those of you that are still waiting in the morning session, but we need to have all our members here, and we have somebody who has a commitment, and so we will be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your understanding. So committee stands adjourned till 2 o'clock. I mean, All right, welcome back. So we're going to continue with the morning session. Item number 15, 24 Elmsdale Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of a tree on the property, email correspondence from the agent, as well as supporting materials. And we have neighborhood committee of adjustment decisions provided by the agent. We have a staff report from transportation asking for a condition. We have a form letter in support from number 26, which is adjacent. Opposition from number 22, which is the other adjacent neighbor, and 23 Wolverton. I am showing one speaker in interest. Do you have them?
To you, Madam Chair, I do have the speaker. However, the agent did leave just now.
Just now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to hold this down then. I guess you can try and get a hold of them. Okay, sorry folks, agent's not on the line. Moving on to item number 16. So we'll hold item 15. Item 16 is 12 Nealon Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the trees on the property. No other correspondence, and I don't believe there's any opposition on this one. Do we have the agent on the line?
Yes. Josh, you have been unmuted.
Yes, this is John Boone. I'm acting as agent for the owners.
Hi. I don't think we have need a presentation. Anybody have any questions for the agent? No? Okay, Mr. Boone, doesn't appear that my members have any questions. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials that we've gone through before we take it into committee?
Nothing to add, Chair, Madam Chair.
Okay. Panel members, let's take it into committee. Any comments, a motion?
I think,
Yeah, go ahead.
aye. Yeah, so I'll make a motion to approve this application. I don't think there is any condition.
No, no conditions. All right. Mr. Chang moves a motion to approve the application. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay, all in favor? That motion carries. The application has been approved. Do you have the agent now? Okay, so we're going back to item 15. Okay, 24 Elmsdale Road. So again, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 5 photographs of the tree on the property, email correspondence, as well as neighborhood committee of adjustment decisions and supporting materials from the agent. We have a staff report from transportation planning and review asking for condition, form letter in support from the adjacent neighbor at 26, opposition from the other adjacent neighbor at 22, and 23 Wolverton Avenue. Okay. I guess, can we have the agent on the line, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Saba Al-Mathnou. I am the applications agent.
Hi, Saba. I do have one opposition speaker. Can you please do a presentation no more than 5 minutes?
Yes, absolutely. We are here before you requesting 3 minor variances. The variance number 1 is related to the building height. And if you can see, like there's a unique way where the zoning examiner measured the building height at this application. We did provide a building section. He measured the building height to the underside of roof. And that created the excess variance also for the variance number 2, which is the parapet height. The parapet height, 0.9 meter, we are requesting occurs only in 2 areas. You could see in 3 areas, which is basically to hide the skylights. And variance number 3, we are requesting the coverage. So we did provide in the supporting documents as well a chart showing that most of these variances that we are requesting have been approved on the same street as well and in the adjacent streets at the moment. We do acknowledge the letters of objection from neighbors, and our client and the designer went to the next door neighbor trying to explain. There is some confusion, which I will touch base onto his letter related to privacy, which actually we addressed that. We removed all of the openings that were existing on the, thank you so much for sharing this, on the south wall. Now we have no openings on the south wall. We increased the wall at the front to hide the only balcony we have. There are no balconies at the back. We do acknowledge the receipt of transportation, and we are okay with their recommendation. Basically, they're saying we need to apply for a curb cut, and we are okay with that. And there are no balconies at the back. There is only one rear deck, which we are more than happy to provide a privacy screen on this one. I believe our application is minor in nature, and it fits with the Ford test, and it is in line with what has been approved in the neighborhood. The concern about the cars, actually we are improving because we are proposing an integral garage at the front, and we are using permeable pavers, so we are not jeopardizing the drainage at this moment. And this house actually is not for a developer, it's for homeowners that they will be living in this house. So this is not for a resale, just to clarify one of the neighbors' concerns.
Okay.
Chair, do we have revised drawings as the agent is indicated? Because I think she said she's made several changes.
Do you have revised drawing to Mr. Clay's question? Or are you just talking that what's before us and you just were working and you revised your drawings through the dialogue with planning?
There were no revised drawings. So the back and forth, yes, because they had several back and forth with the zoning until he finalized the zoning review. So then the final drawings before you is exactly a reflection of the zoning notice that we received, and based on that we requested these variances.
Right, so what you were saying is that you had dialogue with staff, and throughout that process you made revisions, so there's
Correct.
no, okay.
I just don't,
Correct.
I don't even see any balconies on the elevation.
It's only the front on the ground floor above the garage. That's the only thing, the railing.
So
Correct.
you removed the front
There's
balcony.
nothing on the back.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, correct. And you see, we have introduced this wall, so it's really private from our adjacent neighbor, because we realize it's very close, and hence there are no openings whatsoever on the south elevation.
They didn't remove the balcony. The balcony's still there in the front, right? Saba?
Yeah, there is a balcony in the front.
It's there.
Yes, there is. That's the only balcony.
Right.
But was there ever a balcony off the rear?
No.
Oh, I thought I heard you say you removed a balcony. Pardon me.
No, sorry, we removed all of the openings if you look at the existing south elevation.
It's okay. I think you've been cutting out a little bit when talking, so I think there was some misunderstanding. So we're good. So I will have you back
I could
after.
Also hear Larry.
Sorry?
I could faintly hear Larry's voice.
Yeah, we've been having audio.
My microphone wasn't on. I apologize.
Well, there you go. He didn't have his mic on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Much better now.
So sorry.
Thanks for pointing that out, because we have been having audio problems all day. So in any case, I'll have you back after we hear from the opposition.
My bad.
Sure.
Okay.
Hello, Arthur, you've been unmuted.
Okay, so my name is Arthur Pigeon. I'm the homeowner from 22 Elmsdale Road. For the most part, the area that I'm really objecting to was what was missing from the site plan or the site plan was that when they built out the driveway, there was no inclusion of a retaining wall that would have to be built of that. So if you look at the photographs, this shows the current parking. And you can see that there'll be a significant grade change when they excavate. So if you look at the photograph that has the car in it, you can see that there's a little retaining wall. And then in their plan, it shows that the driveway is going to be at a grade level. That means they're going to be excavating all that dirt in front of the house. And they're going to have to build a retaining wall then to hold up my yard. And that's where my concern is it wasn't showing in the floor, or the site plan.
Okay, well, let's ask the agent about that. Saba, are you going to be putting? You can see it in the picture that's on the screen. There's not a very high retaining wall, but nonetheless, it holds back the soil there.
Yes, Madam Chair, absolutely. This will be taken care of as part of the building permit submission. We are required to provide like upfront drainage and lot grading, and we will retain the services of Ontario Land Surveyor to provide all necessary drainage, and also we will be applying for the curb cut. And just to I apologize, this is just a 3D rendering. To show what is going to be proposed. So really, this is not a working drawing. This is just to show the massing. Definitely, we will be taking care of the drainage and retaining wall up to the city standards.
Okay, and maybe you can just share what you're going to do with the neighbor before you go ahead and do it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Does that answer?
We will share all the drawings when we get it from the surveyor. We will make sure that you will get a copy and let us know if you have any recommendations. We'll be more than happy to accommodate.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm satisfied.
Okay.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent?
No, that went very well. I just want to say good job.
Thank you.
All right, we're in committee. Do you want to continue on that vein, Mr. Cheng?
Yes, I think based on the discussion seen, it's a very supportive application, and I'm glad that there were negotiation and discussion with the neighbor, and for that reason we would like to approve the application. And again, I'm trying to look at that. I don't think there's any condition on it.
There's a transportation condition.
Transportation requirement condition to be attached with this approval.
Okay, so that motion moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item 16 was dealt with. Item 17, 38 Lockwood Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, actually 2 of them, one received in July, the other in September. We have a staff report from forestry, and we have 3 form letters in support from 33 Lark and 34 and 42 Lockwood Road. Okay. Do we have the agent on the line? I don't believe.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes.
Hi. Who are you?
My name is Nick Ramey Smith with Weston Consulting, and I'm representing the owner of 38 Lockwood Road.
Okay, and forestry is asking for condition number 2. Are you? I have 2 agents listed here. Are you the only one speaking? I also have Katie Penday.
Yeah, I'm the only one speaking, but we've both been on the file. We're both planners with Weston.
Okay. Panel members, I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions?
Just a quick question. Like you're asking for a single variance with respect to depth.
That's correct.
How deep is the rear addition? How far back are you going with the addition?
It's about an additional 9 meters or so, 8 meters.
Any other questions?
So that represents a variance of just about 2 meters.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, there don't appear to be any other questions. Is there anything that you would like to add that's not in the submissions before us?
I think it's pretty well covered in the submissions that you have before you, and in the interest of time, I don't need to present unless you feel it to be helpful.
No, I don't believe we need a full presentation. Mr. Clay, are you?
No, I'm just checking the supplementary stuff just to make sure. So you've talked to all your neighbors, you've got support. I mean, you are going back a little further than everybody else, right? But have you got your adjacent neighbors on board?
So the property owner did speak to neighbors in the area, and we do have 3 letters of support from neighbors. The letters of support don't include the neighbors immediately next door, but no letters of objection were received. They're not appearing in opposition. And as you can see on the location map here, 36 Lockwood, which is just to the south, I mean, it's not dimensioned out, but in my view, sort of sets a precedent for a bit of a deeper home, a bit of a deeper addition there. The proposed condition will be similar to 36. And as you can tell from the lack of other variances, the fact that there's no setback, requirement variances needed, show that the depth won't have a significant impact, and it also doesn't go up the full 3 stories of the home either.
Yeah, it looks like the rear, like there's lots of large rear lots in that general vicinity, right?
Yes, and one of the letters of support was received from one of the homes that is to the rear. So they would be able to see along Lark Street, so they would be able to see the addition and felt as though it would not be an issue. And as you say, lots of trees, deep lots, it is minor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else you want to add before we go into committee?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, one last thing. I have a little note about the 3rd floor balcony. So just let me pull it up here. So yeah, you've got a 3rd floor balcony. Again, we often like to see those screened on the sides because of the overlook concern by adjacent neighbors. Are you okay with privacy screening on the sides?
I would note that the 3rd floor balcony is an existing condition. So there's no balcony proposed on the addition.
Oh, but the 3rd floor balcony stays though, does it?
That is my understanding. And the privacy screening is possible. I'd want to, of course, confirm with the owner. But as far as I know, this has never been an issue in terms of concerns of overlook with adjacent neighbors. And again, it is an existing condition with the home.
What's there now?
You mean for the balcony?
Yeah.
That's what's there now. Like if you go to the site plan, it is noted that the existing deck is to remain. So basically, the addition will be built underneath the deck extending out, if that makes sense.
No, I get that. I was just wondering, what's the treatment of the railing now?
I'm not 100% sure what the existing condition of the of if there's screening or if there's not.
Okay.
Okay, let's take it into committee then for a decision.
Oh, there's a photo of it.
Oh yeah, so on the pictures there, yeah. So
it is screened already.
The whole thing is.
Yeah, whole thing's screened.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's take it into committee then.
Chair, I'm happy to take this one. I was originally a little bit curious about the length, but when you look at the lot fabric in this neighborhood, as we've discussed, the lots are deep all around and they're well treed. I don't think there will be any privacy concerns or impact on the adjacent neighbors. And no one has written in or indicated any opposition to this application. So I think it will be fine. And I think overall the variances are relatively minor. Well, the only variance is the depth. So I'm prepared to make a motion to approve this application subject to forestry condition number 2.
Okay, or Mr. Chang, are you seconding? Okay, so motion to approve as outlined with the condition forestry number 2, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Chang. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 18, 349 Willard Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the property, correspondence from 359 expressing concern, correspondence in opposition from 139 and 141 Colbeck Street. Showing 2 opposition speakers. Do we have everybody?
To you, Madam Chair, I have one of the 2 opposition speakers on the line.
I'm sorry, which one do you have, 139 or 141?
Daniel.
Okay. All right. Do you have the agent? And then can you, once we start, can you check for the other one again? Thanks. Hi, can you just state your name for the record?
David Crothers of Crothers & Associates, 505 York Boulevard in Hamilton, Ontario. I'm here on behalf of the owners. Brendan Thomas of 349 Willard Avenue.
Okay. Can you please do a presentation no more than 5 minutes? Because I do have opposition speakers.
Of course.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. Again, my name is David Crothers of Crothers & Associates. I'm here to request the listed 4 variances. I've also read the 3 letters of objection received from the neighboring properties, which I would like to address. But first, I would briefly outline our opinion, how these variances are consistent with the 4 tests of the Planning Act. The first and second test are the variances minor and is the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw maintained. The general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw is to implement the policies of the OP through special permissions and regulations. The subject property is currently zoned residential R and permits the existing detached dwelling and allows for its expansion. Variance 1, we're asking for an increase of an exterior wall height of 19 inches or 0.48 meters. Now, the zoning bylaw allows a 3rd story, but in order to have a proper 8-foot ceiling height, we require this 19 inches. Now, understanding the wall height increase, we purposely designed the new addition to give the appearance of a 2.5-story dwelling from the street. We kept the roof line similar to the existing streetscape, built no further to the sides, and ensured compatibility with the existing neighbors. Variance 2, the 3rd floor balcony setbacks are a result of design. The balcony maintains the existing footprint of the house. The 3rd floor balcony encroach request of 0.29 meters or 11 inches is so we can follow the existing house setbacks and structure. Variance 3, the proposed roof eaves are a result of design only and we believe are minor in nature. Variance 4, although this may not seem to meet the general intent, the existing dwelling has a floor space index of 0.58 already, which is already at the max. This leaves little room for development and expansion of the existing dwelling. The 3rd story will facilitate the addition of the modest principal bedroom and bath while not overdeveloping the lot. The increase in space we believe is minor in nature and in combination with the 3 other variances does not result in overbuilding on the property to the detriment of the community. Now, the 3rd test is the general purpose and intent of the OP maintained. The subject property is located with an established residential neighborhood, and our proposal is consistent and compatible with the existing character. There are multiple dwellings with various roof heights and massings along Willard, and there are no heritage features on or adjacent to the subject property. The 4th test is the variance desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land, building, and structure. Again, it's our opinion that our proposal will maintain compatibility with the surrounding area while facilitating additional living space without creating any excess of additional massing impacts. The addition stays within the confines of the existing house footprint and is sympathetic to the street massing. Now, I have read the 3 letters from the neighbors and would like to address their concerns. We understand their primary concern is the loss of privacy due to the 3rd floor and the balcony on the rear elevation. After discussing with our homeowners, instead of the open siding railing, they would be willing to build a wood privacy screen along each of the neighboring sides to satisfy these concerns and have this screen listed as a condition on our application. The screen would be built to OBC and bylaw regulations. Further concerns about sunshine and loss of views from the neighbors are also expressed. All I can say is the new addition has been consciously designed in a way to provide a minimal impact as possible to the overall height and massing of the house. We stepped in the back wall and the ceiling is 8 foot instead of 8'6", which is on the other 2 floors. A low sloping front to back roof was designed instead of a hip or gable roof, and the zoning bylaw allows for a building height of 11 meters here, and we are well under at 9.78. There was also concerns expressed about the 0-meter setback from the roof eaves. I understand this. The existing roof eave projection is 0.14 meters, and if it's a concern from the committees, the owners would be willing to match what's existing on site. At this time, I'd like to open up and answer any questions from the committee. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If there are no questions right now, let's go to the opposition, and then we'll have you back. Were you able to reach the second person, or?
Hi, Susan.
It's Susan Poole. I'm on the phone.
Okay, great. And I just need your address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes, Susan.
Thank you. It's 139 Colbeck Street, and I'm calling in regarding the property 349 Willard Avenue. I am opposed 3rd floor addition at 349 Willard Avenue, and the balcony looking down into my yard, as well as several of my neighbors' yards, taking away privacy. If allowed, I'm requesting the following amendments to the original application. Number 1, I'm requesting a privacy fence of 1.5 meters to be installed on the north and east side of the 3rd floor covered balcony. If allowed, I'm requesting a privacy fence of 1.5 meters to be installed on the north side of the new rear front first-story deck. I wasn't sure if there was going to be any changes to windows and things, so I put in a third item of, if allowed, I'm requesting all north and east side windows to be of frosted glass, 1.6 meters from the floor. This has been my home since May 2nd, 1987. 349 Willard is perpendicular lot, so the entire north side is visible from my home. Now, I'm not sure if you have the picture up on screen. I have sent in a photo of the view from my house looking at their side of their house. I submitted that with my original letter and also with my request to speak.
It's on the screen.
I'm opposed to the, thank you. That's the view from my 1-bedroom. When you're in the other room on the 2nd floor, the bedroom, you can see the entire east side of the house of 349 Willard. I'm opposed to the 3rd floor addition, including the covered balcony. Thank you for your consideration and time. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Thank you, Susan. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Thank you so much.
Hello, Daniel. You have been unmuted.
Thank you. So basically, Speaker, what our problem is with the same as Susan, it's privacy.
Okay, can I just stop you for a second, Daniel? I'm sorry. We're not really hearing you very clearly, but also I need you to state your name and address first for the record, and then you have the 5 minutes. But if you can speak a bit clearer, it's not coming through very well.
Okay, is that better?
Not really.
That's not better? Is that better? I need to change my speaker, sorry. 1 second.
Can you move closer to your device, please?
Is that better?
Yes.
Hear me?
That's really 100% better.
Okay, sorry about that. Got two different mics. So I'm Daniel Hungerford Morgan, and I'm the owner of 141 Colbeck Street. And my primary concern is privacy, and because at the moment it's very private. Like, we got no impedance from any neighbour. Susan's on one other side who's already spoken, and none of our windows look at each other or anything. It's very nice. It's quite secluded. And we've got 3 young children, and we like to enjoy our backyard. And what I feel about is the balcony on the 3rd floor is really going to impede on the neighbour, us, and including our neighbours and our backyards. And we're going to lose that sense of privacy because of that balcony. And that's my one concern, and that's why I'm opposing this application.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, panel members? So your main concern is the balcony then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Crothers, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Chairman.
Can you please speak to the concerns raised about the balcony?
Of course. If I could have the picture for the view from the master bedroom pulled up from Susan's letter. If I can, I'll speak to this picture. The loss of green, where the 3rd floor is coming out right now is it's not extending any further than where that far left eave is. In fact, that it's actually stepped back. It stepped back 4 feet from that side. So there's not a lot of loss of greenery due to this new addition and the increased height of 22 inches. Like, we can put a 3rd floor, like zoning bylaw does allow for the 3rd floor up there. It's just the increase in height is required for the proper 8 feet. So what we've actually done is we've stepped back the balcony, and we're going to propose that we install a privacy fence there so that they can't see through that. But in reality, where those 2 small chimneys is kind of in between there and the eaves, that's where the balcony is going to be. That obviously, that really tall, let's call it an old TV antenna, that's all going to remain. The view's all right from there. It's all the same from her angle. So I think it's a little unfair to ask for, the frosted glass on the back when, from this angle in particular, the one that we have, there's no windows being proposed on our side elevations. It's just out the back. It's a door.
And I guess, has there ever been any thought given to not having a balcony there?
Well, I know the bylaw does allow for a balcony. If it was allowed, I was speaking with the planner earlier this morning, the zoning examiner, and if I move the edge of the balcony over 8 inches, then I don't need a balcony variance at all. So it's not really the balcony, it's a matter of whether or not the use of the height for this 3rd story is acceptable in this case, because the balcony is allowed, and if I move the balcony over 11 inches, I don't have to put a privacy screen there. I'm allowed to have it, but we really want to be sympathetic to the neighbors. We want to put a privacy screen. It's not the intent of the homeowners to disrupt everybody with this. So.
Okay. Panel members, any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so we'll take it into committee then for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I note a couple of things. One, that there are permissions to build third stories on existing two-story homes, so there's no violation there. I take the applicant's perspective that the height is really a modest height increase, only a little bit over what the current peak is, and the fact that there is no rear extension, it's just over the existing footprint, I find okay. I think the variances before us, quite frankly, are really quite minor. I understand the neighbor's concern about the balcony, but I would agree with the applicant that if we were to impose a condition that would put screening on each of the sides, I think that would be sufficient. I do note that the third story is going to be a master bedroom. So typically when you have a balcony off a master bedroom, it doesn't have the intensive use that it might be if it was a family room or a room that would see some form of recreation. I think that most balconies off master bedrooms are not aggressively used. So I don't think there's going to be that much of a privacy issue if you include the privacy screening. So I'm quite comfortable with this application as is with that condition. Aaron, what do you think?
I second that, and I think I just want to the fact that the reason why we usually add privacy screen on the left side or right side of the balcony is because the projection of a window versus a balcony is not the same. So the balcony actually creates two more sides of views, and this is the reason why we want to maintain that privacy. So a balcony versus a window, you still have that clear facing to the directly to your backyard side. So that's just basically the answer to the questions or concerns from the neighbors. But I have continuously have no issues with approving it with the screen condition.
Okay. So, Chair, I'm happy to move approval of this application. There are no conditions with the exception that will impose a condition that the north and south sides of the balcony have privacy screening to 1.5 meters.
Okay, are you seconding that, Mr. Cheng? Okay, so that motion with the condition for screening on the third floor balcony, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Cheng, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 19, 21 Fairview Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the property, and a covering letter from the agent. I don't show any other speakers on this one. And we have 2 variances before us. Do we have the agent online?
Afternoon, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application.
Hi. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions, panel members?
Again, I feel like I'm a broken record here today, but second story balcony screening.
Mr. Smith?
Through you, Madam Chair. The planning staff had reached out for screening on that balcony. It was my understanding they were going to be filing a report with the committee requesting that. I did not see it on the AIC, but we are totally amenable to having screening on the deck.
Okay.
There's nothing in our materials, so that's great. Which side is it?
We would be doing the west side.
Looks like the east and the west, or just the east?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're fine with both sides.
Okay.
Okay, east and west. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Mr. Smith, anything you want to add before we go into committee? We've read all the materials.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. All right, we're in committee, panel members. Aaron, you want to take this one?
Yes. I would like to recommend an approval of this application, subject with the screen installation. on the east and west side.
Okay, so are you seconding Mr. Clay? So that motion with the screening on the second floor balcony, east-west side, moved by Mr. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. Final item in the morning session, item 20, 168 Brookside Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Neil Ironside, the agent. We have comparable proposals from the agent, as well as an arborist report from Cineria Urban Forestry Services Limited. We have email correspondence from the project analyst, third-party projects review. And we have a Metrolinx email correspondence, that's just advisory. And I am showing one person in interest. Do you have that person? Before we go to the agent, can I just check whether they're just watching or want to speak?
Hello, Andrea, you have been unmuted.
Hi, Andrea. Did you want to speak or are you just observing?
I don't need to speak, I'm just observing.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
I am here and present. Neil Ironside. I am the architect for the project, 168 Brookside.
Okay, panel members, we have
Good afternoon.
three variances before us. Do you need a presentation? No presentation. Any questions for Mr. Ironside?
Just a quick one. You're a little light on your rear landscaping, and I'm just looking at your site plan. So you've got a deck and planter proposed off the proposed addition.
Correct, yes.
Is that going to be a wood deck?
That is planned to be a wood deck, that's correct.
So there'll be gaps, and is there anything underneath that? Will it just be open ground?
It will be open ground.
Okay, so water will be able to make its way through there, right?
That's correct, there's no terrace.
Okay, good, thanks. Oh, and I noticed you've got Urban Forestry is asking you to put a tree in?
There is currently a tree on the property. If you look at the rear of the property, it says existing tree to be removed. We have a certificate from forestry now to remove that tree. I can give you the number. It's actually on file. It came in late. So you can pull up a file. I'm told by the planner it's 20E4. We'll show you the approval from forestry to remove that tree. And as a condition of removing that tree, we are planting a new one.
Okay. I just don't have that in my material.
I don't think it's our forestry, is it? Is it our forestry department that's requiring it, or is it from your arborist report?
You guys found it. Yeah, you found it.
You found
It's
it?
up on the screen.
Oh, there.
It just wasn't in our package.
Oh, okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we don't have any further questions, Mr. Ironside. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials?
Only that the owner has reached out to the adjacent neighbors and without any objection.
Okay, thank you.
And,
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Sorry, Aaron, were you talking? Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to approve this application as well with the forestry condition that was shown on the screen provided by Toronto Forestry.
Is that a condition?
I think it is.
So, hang on a second, Sabrina.
Should that be a condition? Or
Is that a
I
condition?
think it was just a permit, wasn't it?
They already have a permit, Aaron. It's not, we don't need to put condition on.
But they have a permit doesn't mean he has to execute that.
There's no forestry condition in our package.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see any forestry condition in our package, and if they already have a permit, then it's in the process.
I just raised it, Aaron, because it was on the site plan that they had to put a new tree in the backyard.
Right. So let's not put it into the approval condition then. Let's separate that.
Okay.
So we'll do it again.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, recommend to approve this application with no condition.
All right, and Mr. Clay seconds that. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. Okay, that
Thank you very
concludes the morning session. You're welcome. Just give us a second to switch files here. Okay, so. Okay,
Through you, Madam Chair, we're just going to, let's just take like a 2-minute break because we need to stop the YouTube feed and start the afternoon
yeah, go
feed.
ahead. All right, so just give us, actually, we'll be back at 2:50. We just need to reset YouTube.